Hi.
Sorry, we're just respectfully waiting for Lily's bit to end.
There was a bit that we started in the interim period that I didn't want to finish in the outerim period, and then
excuse me,
right as the ball was rolling, and by ball I mean the dice that always leads us into these was rolling, Lily kept going, and I'm like, I'll wait.
You're so polite.
It was great. It was wonderful. We have good times here. We don't just talk about having fun outside of things just so people think that we're friends, and actually I'm holding them hostage here as we speak and plotting to take their eyeballs as well as yours.
help.
But
Hey, I didn't know about all that. What the fuck are you talking about?
welcome to some 5Darps. Hope you guys had some fun with things last week. A bunch of crazy things happened, and we're gonna see some crazy things today, most likely. Sorry, I'm being too calm. You're all banned, every one of you.
But we're not winning.
You had
Some of us are.
You have to try that again. I didn't hear that first part you said there, Emerald.
We're not winning though.
I mean, you got transed earlier.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
trans, sorry.
Yeah, you got trans. You got forcibly transed earlier in the pre-stream.
You're
So
right.
I think we are.
Yeah, you're a woman with balls now.
Yeah. Let's get in here. We're gonna start things up. Who wants to tell us what happened last time while I changed the card of the day?
Yeah, man, so...
Which is crazy because
is
the
it
card of
you
the
or
day,
me?
which is crazy because the card of the day actually should be the card for today, since it might be something we see today. But yeah, we're not thinking that far ahead. We're switching to a different thing. Go ahead.
It should be me because it was you.
Okay,
last
alright. Okay, alright. Alright, okay, continue.
On 5Darps, we began with Gregor and his friends, as Gregor was not doing so well, but they had a little bit of a talk, and that one chick, the warrior woman, she was like, hey, you know, you make another step, I'm gonna have to cut you. And
That's
we were
true.
like, no, don't do that. That's a bad idea. We'll just wait here, I guess. We have to believe in the rest of them, who definitely have not gone this way. Meanwhile, with the rest of them, they all began dueling their personal demons. However, the power of these was very powerful, as he was a duelist unlike any other of the cult members, who somehow kept winning. Dees was eventually dealt with by our boy, Benny, as he had a tag deal with the two of them, Dees and Nuts, and he won. Nice job, nice job.
It specifically wasn't a tag
Yeah.
duel. It was a 2-on-1 duel.
2-on-1, 2-on-1.
Yeah,
yeah.
they
Which
had the
means, you know,
advantage in every way.
Yeah, and I had Harpy's Feather Duster and Dark Hole turn 1.
Yeah. So, you know, it was an interesting duel with the right cards in the hands. Meanwhile, Kate dealt with the SATs, and by that I don't mean the exams, we meant the SA teacher. Hence why it's called
Forgot about that
SATs.
joke.
The fucking SATs.
Anyway, they had their duel. Their duel was creepy AF, and you know, as per usual, with magical BS. However, the dolls during the duel, they weren't happy. By the way, he uses dolls of his potential victims, you know, because he weird like that.
He weird
Truly
like that.
living up to his name, SATs. Anyway, one of them was inspired by Priska, so you know that's not worrying at all. So the duel commenced. There was a back and forth, and then there was a situation which required the Great Leviathan to take shape from the evil shapeshifter, and Alice to join our side for one moment, as she dealt the deciding blow. There was a conversation, and then the world turned to darkness.
I feel like I'm going crazy. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. I feel like I'm going crazy. I can't find the cards that I want to make the card of the day. I can't find where they went.
Oh.
We made a bunch of cards during April Fool's Day, and I wanted to grab one of those, but I don't know where they are. Anyway, keep going. I'm sorry. I just had to mention why we're just zoomed in on the screen for a while.
Yeah, just keep scrolling up, you'll find it.
I'll keep on. I'll keep
Oh,
looking, I'll keep
if you type slur, you'll find it.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
If you search by slur.
Yeah, like I always
What?
do.
That's something that we do often.
No, literally go into the group chat and search by slur.
Oh,
and then
if
you'll
I
find the
look there,
custom
yeah,
docs.
but I'm looking on like on my computer, and I want
I'm
them.
sure you named.
Yeah,
one.
remember,
Slur.
Discord messages are not good for links anymore.
I mean, yeah.
Anyway,
I'm
keep
just
going, keep
saying,
going,
I'm
keep
pretty
going.
sure you labeled one of them as that. Anyway, as Nameless Evil Shapeshifter was like, hey, I have 2 boons for you, Kate. Kate is a spirit now. If I had a nickel for every time I played the character who was past spirit, I'll have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird it happened twice. And also one of the black cards. And Evil Shapeshifter was like, I was gonna betray you, but you know, things are cool. And I'm free now. And as he said that, we heard the Wicked Witch of the West. Or the East. I don't know where she's from. What's her name? Because I know we have the joke of Lumin the Bright Bitch, but like, what's her like evil name?
Oh, she's the Witch of Darklight.
Yeah, the Witch of Darklight arrived and was like, "Ha, let me just seal you up and take your power. Good job, me." And then was like, "Okay. By the way, I have my associates here. Here is, you know, my boy Yama, who was like, hello, I'm here now. Also, here's this woman who I'm killing. I love it when they scream, you know.
He loves killing women.
He loves killing women. You know, he's known as the great
So
disrespecter.
not the great respecter on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I believe it's the opposite.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Oh, I know
you
why
know,
I can't find. I'm a fucking idiot. Keep going. Sorry.
yeah, it's fine, it's fine. The great disrespecter was here, and he was here with the boy, the myth, the legend, the guy who has the one ability from Yu-Gi-Oh! It's not Vrains, it's the one that Yuma's in. ZL. Basically draw what card that you need at the exact moment. And he was like, hey, I'm here to kill you all. But through some BSing, we were able to convince him, hey, don't do that. Benny was teleported into a room away from everyone because Benny was like, well, Dark Sign go bear. Kate was able to convince him to be like, hey, Blythe Talzin's here. And he was like, Talzin, Blythe. That's a name I remember from years ago. As we have a flashback of him and Talzin's brother together. As he hears
the thing is just like, what's up, bro?
Guy.
that's the entire backstory. What's up, bro?
Yeah, just sup, bro. And he knew that would be his bro forever until he killed him, allegedly. Apparently, who knows?
That's what he said.
Allegedly.
That's what he says. Allegedly, we have to put allegedly. We don't know for certain. He's not gone through a court of law. And if he did, he would win because you know he has the judge man.
Right.
Well, not anymore, but he had the judge man.
I think that'll fix it. The thing that I did just now, I'm pretty sure will fix me not being able to see the cards. Fuck.
So,
Did not fix it.
No, I did. I fixed it. Okay, good. Okay, we're
Good
gonna
job.
do this one because funny. All right, keep
good
going.
job. I'll wait. No, I can wait for the cards.
Oh, you can wait. All right, I can't wait to call. I can't wait to call one of my friends Afuda. There we go.
There you go.
Yay!
Is it me? Am I Fuda?
No,
Now look at the card. Big funny.
it's the big funny tactician. It's right over here.
It's back.
It's right here.
Yeah! The big funny tactician.
Started to do call an amount of life points in the multiple of 1,000.
It's actually a pretty cool effect.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's actually
Anyway.
a pretty cool effect.
So, Talzin saw Patch, and Talzin just got hit with this guy knows what my brother is. I don't care about anything else. I want my vengeance because I am the knight. Or Iron Man, either or. Anyway, the two of them talked a little, and you know, in the darkness dimension, Talzin was like, damn, I don't think this is gonna work out well. And Patch was like, yeah, a power of a Cyanic could never do anything to me. And then Benny arrived, and he repeated the line, a power of a Cyanic couldn't do anything for me. You're not strong enough for that. Only until you're fully realized signing, you might be able to do something to me. And Tyler's like, man, I hate this guy with his good advice.
There's no power
And Benny
here
got them
that
out
can
of that.
possibly do anything. Perhaps in another place there would be a power that could, but not the power that you have.
Yeah, if you go to the higher plane,
I-
to this exact location.
I'm an
You can
empath.
go
I'm
right
getting
here. I will
something.
give you the IP address.
Yeah, here is the IP address.
My social security number is 146.
Go to the higher planes, find the thing that can beat me, and then we'll talk.
I think he wants me to beat him.
No.
I'm an
Do
empath.
not think
Why would he
that
want? Why would he
evil.
want that?
Yeah, why would he want that? Tyler was like,
He killed
this
your
guy
brother.
is glowing. This guy is glowing. Clearly, he wants to glow and show this weapon location because he doesn't think he'll defeat him.
Yeah.
However, if I find I can defeat him with it, that's the logic. Thumbs up.
Mhm.
So, they escaped the dark dimension. And then Patch was like, I'ma just bounce. You guys ain't strong enough. The group reconvened with the other group while the other spirits were, not in the greatest forms. Two of the spirits were trapped in the darkness and were taken away, from what I recall.
Yeah, a couple things.
Yeah.
Couple things.
And also Lucifer arrived. And Townsend asked Lucifer, hey, can you heal everyone? And Lucifer was like, yeah, I got you, homie. And everyone in existence in this area was healed. And some people were like, I have learned the ability of self-reflection, mainly Apollo. As he stared out to the sea, realizing what he had done. And then there was a moment where Gail was talked to about her lack of memory, but also how it was maybe possibly suspicious. And so the group joined together to share the information they knew. Kate went to grab the card from the area that she was previously, which was the one of the armament girls. I believe it was the magical one. Overwhelming confidence, yeah. As we all gathered the cards that we were able to get regarding them.
I should have grabbed the. Hold on, keep going. I'll grab a copy of each of those.
As we're able to get the cards, the armament cards, and the guardian card that came along with them, we all came together to discuss what we had learned. And from what we had learned is, hey, realities can be fused apparently, because Yama was like, this isn't my satellite. But also, I blew up that satellite. There's a new one though. Anyway, so we've learned something regarding that. And we gathered, shared our different experiences of what we've learned. And the Yamanaga is like, hey, I want to meet all of you. Because, once you complete a quest, you get a reward.
This one?
Oh, I might kill you, evil.
I think it's this one.
And yeah, as the group gathered around, they talked to each other, and also Goblin Phantom Dealer is now Witty Phantom Dealer again. He's fully formed, fully fleshed out. He's in the flesh, thanks to Lucifer.
Nice.
And he's leaving us again.
And he's leaving us again. Eventually.
This time he's
Not
honest
straight away.
about it.
Yeah, not straight away.
Yeah, this time he's like, I have a reason. I have a reason.
Before anyone says anything.
But yeah, the group discussed their next goals, which could possibly be going through the Shadow Labyrinth in their world. Also leaving because if Big Boy, what's his name? What's the dude's name with the mustache? Price. If Price is there, and he's with those guys, that'll be a problem because we can't duel those guys as easily as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a chance we should just go back home, make sure we can wake up both Jones and the mayor, and also duel those two guys who are the Chancellor's new guard, so we can get more information, and then also be like, hey Chancellor, what the fuck? And deal with stuff that we can deal with in the real world. Then we should be able to deal with things in the spirit world effectively.
Yeah, you guys have some
this,
things that specifically you guys can do, and other people probably can't.
Yeah. And to further this, we would have to go to the edge of the Beastscale world, possibly encountering the new king there.
Maybe. Thank you very much for your recap. I'm trying to find one other card because you guys got one other card and I don't know which set it's in, so I have to look.
I've been trying to stall. I can keep stalling.
Yeah, you keep stalling. You keep going.
keep recapping. Don't stop.
Yeah, keep recapping.
With Riku, we had learned that he actually built another deck, but he has said it's in an undisclosed location because he doesn't want Karma to deal with it. So great as the other Riku deck. Nadia and Kate.
I love how you said that as well, just like without no prompting of me, just like, no, I made another deck. You can't say I fucking didn't.
It's Riku. He made another deck. Sure.
To be fair, it's been a while. So
I made another deck and I had the foresight to bury it underground in a certain location, and you didn't do anything with it.
I love the idea that Riku's become so paranoid about losing his decks is that after he made it, he buried it and he whispered the secret to the ground, and he's not gonna worry about it.
What's funny is Riku's been back to the satellite just to build the deck, hide it, and just leave, telling no one.
Just to hide it.
All right, I think I found out which one it's in, and no. Okay, let me look.
He did an audit department. I'm just saying it.
Yeah.
No one will ever come here.
One of these cards.
No one did.
And Gregor has been reunited with his 3 friends. He's in a better place slightly mentally. He also is, happy his girlfriend is not dead again because they're all.
It's great. This is great. Oh, it's all looking up for Gregor.
Mentally stable. Benny has so many dolls in his head and he doesn't know which one is the right one to knock into. But it's okay. He has his friends besides him, and that's all good. Samurai has kind of missed being in COD because, man, he doesn't like dealing with this many people this frequently.
Samurai has quickly just become the one in the group that has the decisions.
Yeah, he has
like they are like, guys, this is what this means. Oh!
He has become the decision guy, but also we can ignore his decision.
Yes,
but we choose not
to. You should sometimes.
Yeah, we can.
NPCs only know so much.
I don't know. Does he have a juice named after them?
That's true. I don't see no juice.
It's it's Baka Blast.
Also, it'll be Samurai Edition Baka Blast.
I'm looking at the pack that has the thing in it that I want, and for some reason my brain is not working. I cannot see which one of these is the pack that I'm looking at on the other part of my screen.
I can keep stalling. How about we do some?
And I don't want to just draw out every single card that I've ever made to get this.
No, it's fine. I'll stall. Telzin, after this dueling incident, how do you feel? How is your mindset? We're live in the dueling report.
We're live in the duel stall report. What are you feeling, Tally? How's it all going?
He'll let me get a word in. I am feeling very pissed off. To the point where I am now thinking of and going to attempt to build a device that will just deactivate duel discs at this point, because if he can't duel, he can't use his power.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll work on Magic.
Don't fuck with it.
First of all,
I'm sure that'll work. I'm sure that'll work when the last time you saw him, he literally caused the duel disc to appear on his hand.
Yes.
I also just think that you're really brave that you're like, I'll just turn the duel disc off. Like, Batch could not just beat the shit out of you, Talos and Blood.
Like, he can't just start beating the shit out of you.
Remember, there's anger. He's not thinking straight.
From the news,
I knew it.
We appreciate your anger. We will love to see the beatdown that eventually will happen.
What the fuck?
And good job. Next.
All right, I'm just gonna drag shit out. Okay, we're just dragging fucking random card packs out. I'm just gonna see. Okay, how many cards are in this? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 34 cards, so I just gotta find one that's 30. Here's a 34. Don't tell me it's the first one. Fuck you! I hate everything in the world. I want to die.
Stop it.
Something's not going well, it seems. Not that I would know anything.
Yeah, that was just Patches in a monologue.
Yes.
That was pretty good.
I'm just gonna put all the other cards that should be over here.
On my playing Benny has been a privilege for me.
Don't worry about all these, but you did find Boop. the cards you found over here were these 3 cards, where Fiducia would have been. You were given this card by Falcon Knight, and obviously you got your boy right here.
Yeah. And I already took the dark card. Yeah.
Oh, which one was the dark card?
It was the one that Nameless made.
Oh, the blank card. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's all the cards that you found on the ground.
I need to give you that in game.
Okay.
You know the rules.
You know the rules.
So do I.
You know the rules. Plot cards require plot purposes to be passed over.
I love this. By the way, Lily. So this is a good one. This is a good one. I like the marks. Very nice. Very cool. Anyway. But yeah, you guys all gathered together. You guys had your thoughts of returning to the academy and getting the information out of your chancellor, because you know that those people have made their way to the chancellor and they didn't seem to be not on good terms from the things you had seen. They seem to be very much working with each other and hurting your favorite teacher. But yes, you guys have now a couple things you need to do before you leave. A couple people you need to follow around before you leave. A couple people go and get before you leave. Here's some Awunities for you, Aaron. There you go. Thank you for stalling. I gave you 1 extra Awunity for stalling.
No problem.
You're doing so good.
I love how the general like inspiration has now just turned into the Awunities.
Yeah, that's because it's what it's
because
meant to be.
There's no better inspiration than Awunity.
So true.
But yes,
so valid.
You guys would make your way over toward the center of this area. You guys have talked about the thing to do next. You have a little bit of time before you need to go off and do things. So people need to rest here. You also need to see if there's anything that may or may not be going down with any of the people that you have gathered around or seen in this area. Also, you want to go and talk to Vinamanaga. At this point, if you have any people you would like to go and have any sort of conversation with, I will have that be the floor for you guys. You guys can travel in any groups of characters that you have access to, and this does mean that for our boys Emerald and Aaron, you guys can go and have someone speak as Riku or Otto if you wish as well. But if Taliesin, Kate, Gregor, or Benny would like to have any interaction with any of the spirits or any of the people around here, please let me know now while everybody's getting ready to make their way to Vinamanaga.
Cool.
Also, sorry about the Gregor drawing. I forgot how to draw Gregor's shirt, so I just took it off.
That's fine.
Yeah, I was wondering why he has no nibs.
This is him.
Also, why is he ribbed?
This is him getting ready to go and sleep with his two elf friends again.
I was gonna say I was just gonna go check out my mystical elf, but you know,
he was in the spirit world. 1, spirit world. 2, you know how heavy dice can be.
I need to get the gamble.
My load-bearing gambling cubes.
The gamble.
Like you have
together.
Goku has a weighted shirt. You have a weighted dice. Wait, no, not like that.
I mean, he also has like the dual thong.
The dual thong is a good card, yeah.
Yeah, see that's why the image happened. You as they were taking off the dual thong, the shirt just sort of ripped.
My shirt and my jacket and everything.
Yeah.
Everything. I know Audria is gonna talk to Lonely Elf because I think that's an interaction. Riku's gonna talk to Woman with Multiple Arms because her sister.
I'm just trying to separate some of the people, out, allowing for some combos to go down between certain peeps. Get the fuck over here, buddy.
Riku ain't talking to him.
Hey Gregor, it's Mushroom Man. Don't you want to reunite with Mushroom Man?
I do love Mushroom Man my whole life.
I love how we have new art our wingy boy, our wingy mirror boy, and then there's just still fucking Bobbity here.
Yeah, Bobbity, low res Bobbity.
I need to make this into an actual. I don't know if I have. I don't think I've made this into an actual card. I need to.
This art is so old by now. It's kind of incredible.
It's
I drew
good,
that
though.
like
It's
2
real
years
good.
ago. It's good. I'm just sitting here like, it's like, God, I forgot I drew this.
And of course, we need to have our multi-armed lady over there. Get some more bunnies over in the bunny corner.
Is there any NPC I want to talk to?
If you have a no, that's fine. You also have access to talking to people as Jacqueline if you wish, because Jacqueline is also here and is also a character. They also, I don't know if you were around when it happened, Lily, because I think you took a break at one point. But whenever everybody was healed, Jacqueline had their arm and their wings healed to just be regular skin on them. Whenever Lucifer healed everybody, they can turn that on and off now.
Okay. So if Gregor wants to talk to Jacqueline later, then I'll do that.
I mean, you can come with me. I was gonna check up a mystical elf because it'd be weird if I didn't at this point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's your whole thing.
Yeah, I don't think Benny has anything though. That's what I'm checking.
Benny could just be waiting. Benny could be thinking about those doors in their brain, or could be just like sitting in the back thinking about some other shit. You could be going and petting the big tiger.
Yeah. I think
Definitely.
that's what Benny do. I'm gonna BRB.
Okay. What about the others? You said that Adira's wanting to go somewhere.
Adira is gonna talk to Lonely Elf.
Okay. Make your way over to Lonely. Wherever I ended up putting Lonely. There. Riku and Kate.
Riku's gonna talk to one of the water spirits here, or armed lady, because he was the Amazoness call led him here, so he's probably curious about that.
You want to make your way toward any of the people here that probably aren't enchanting mermaids, since you've talked to them a lot.
Yeah.
Which way are you going?
I'm trying to figure out which mermaid
would you like to?
Water spirit wasn't with us at the time, were they?
No, this is Water Dragon Fairy. They are probably the closest to what Riku is out of everybody here. They are a dragon and a water and a Amazoness and a fairy.
Yeah, that'll be what Riku will do.
Okay.
Kate, I think I'm just trying to think.
If you have nothing, that's perfectly fine, because it will let us go into the next scene quicker. But if you want to talk to somebody, you can. If something comes to mind.
I'll leave Kate on the side, just because. You
could go with Benny to get to take care of Rottweiler.
Yeah, I'll give Benny his card at that time as well.
Hell yeah. And
there
of course,
it has been handed over now.
I will doop and doop. There we go. Looking through. Does Otto, Endriel, or Taliesin have anyone to go and talk to?
So I don't think it should be a scene, but Endriel will go and check on the magician lady here.
Yeah, definitely. They do have the thing of magician gave them the wand, the rod, and was able to aid them in fighting, and they have a couple of things to chat on.
Yeah. But other than that,
Taliesin probably just sitting off, looking off into space for a bit.
Sitting off in space, trying to design plans of how to break a magic dual disc kind of deal.
And what about Otto? Does Otto have anything?
Otto, I don't think there's anything for him.
Otto hanging out with Sano over here.
Yeah.
Talking about the events.
Friend is there.
He's like, nothing. Are you sure? Bishwar, Garland is back.
Yeah.
Mirage, who we ignored for 2 years. Technically around 20.
I mean, technically, this Otto doesn't really give a fuck about this armed lady, right? Like,
that's true.
And there's also Mermaid Archer.
Oh wait,
that's true. Mermaid Archer is also there.
I think I know someone Kate would want to talk to now. Sorry.
Who?
One of the mystical elves because magic, and she's been changed. But
Oh, you
I assume
mean
that's gonna be a short combo.
you mean not Goddess of the Third Eye, the other one, the one that isn't them, not Goddess of the Third Eye,
Goddess of the
the
Forest.
other one, Witch of the Black Forest.
Witch of the Black Forest. Yeah. That's a witch. She'll ask about what
Heck
happened
yeah.
to it.
So we will assume that everybody else either is having a conversation that doesn't need to be addressed, or are off doing their own things, and like are just sort of checking themselves out or getting used to like their new things. Exactly, Jacqueline. So, by the way,
has happened.
But I was on mute for that. I was doing a vocal thing for getting Jacqueline's voice.
who also got the Tristitia, Guardian Kaest, and Magic Rod of Silence.
Do you want to grab women?
Who's holding on to those women?
I can hold on to them.
They are knights.
Yeah, I'll hold on to them.
They are
They're
knights.
women and they are knights.
They may not be white, but we're working on it.
One day they'll be white.
Okay, let's go off to these things
No.
Again, we talk. Endriel and the water magician would just be kind of off figuring things out with, like, you know, the staff and everything, her now no longer being bound in that place, and you trying to return the staff, and her showing you magic things with the staff, and it's super cute, and we all ship you.
Yes.
We do ship it. Yes, let's go.
I also ship it. Yes.
We have Adira going over toward Lonely Elf. Lonely Elf looking rather defeated, but does seem to be carrying the golden armaments that you had given them. Unfortunately, Adira, it was not enough, as you yourself would know. The two of you, whenever the invasion happened at the Judgment Casino, you had tried to fight back against the people, but they just had these strange magics that were really, really powerful to be able to stop the different spirits, especially that one at the end there, the one that everybody was speaking with, named Patch. They was just able to completely overpower just about any spirit that was around. You talking with the Lonely Elf, she does seem to be mostly trying to get over the fact that she was defeated, noting that all of you were as well. It helps a little, but she was still just like, I tried to be strong and go and find my sister, and the first thing that happened was me being fucking destroyed. But is there anything in particular that's happening there?
Yeah, she'll just add a little. No, you were very brave. Come on.
I tried to stand up. I tried to stand up for myself, but I kept feeling that there was something missing still.
We are close to the Red Desert, yes?
Relatively, I suppose. It is on.
Will you be willing to come with me to go to the Red Desert? More training and possible rituals to make you stronger.
Training. I should be looking for my sister, should I not?
You should, but you should be in
defeat her.
You need to be in the strongest form, correct?
You've already done so much for me, Master.
We are not done. I want you to be able to defeat your sister and then hold your head up high and hold out your hand to be able to bring her back to you.
If it will not make your life any harder,
don't worry. At this point, best way I can phrase it, my life has been very lived, very expendable, very good, you know? I am willing to part in this world knowing that I have a strong student.
Then please, yes, I would love to follow you to the desert.
Then we shall go to the desert, have some drinks, do some rituals. You'll be strong. Maybe a cat girl.
If that is what it takes.
Yes.
If that is what it takes, I will be a cat girl. Let's go. By the way, I will
do what I must.
I want everyone to understand, though, the entire time this is happening, this is Bunny Girl Adira saying these things.
I think yes,
because they are wearing the Judge Man Casino Bunny Girl outfits.
I think Crab made some art, actually. Let me see if I can find it.
Hell yeah.
I still need to... Oh, by the way, I do need to talk to one of you because I just now remembered, and I feel so bad that I just now remembered this, and I think it's been a week since this was sent to me. I'm gonna go check right now. Oh, I'm gonna feel like such a bad friend. Yes, it was the 31st of last month, so last Monday, I did get a message from Kreb about doing an art for something and asking if one of you had dibs on it or not. Now that I'm thinking on it very, very much, I will ask, Lily, did you call dibs on doing the art for Darkfire Beast, or could Kreb do it?
I do have a sketch done.
Okay, so Lily's gonna do Darkfire Beast. I will let Kreb know a week after he asked me.
Oh no,
Kreb. Dibs.
Sorry, lol.
So sorry. I didn't say anything till now. My brain got on like potential art things. I'm like, oh, we do need to get art of Lonely Elf as like in the adornation. So now if we do Red Desert Lonely Elf, they'll have like maybe little panther ears. That'd be cute. And then over here it's like, oh, we still need art for Adira in Bunny Girl. So like my brain got on art and I'm like, oh god, Kreb asked me a question on Monday.
The reminders are all around.
Kreb, I'm sorry.
This is what Kreb sent me.
Oh, let me look. Let me look. Oh damn! Right, we've had that for a while.
Yeah. Which is gonna be funny when people are like, "Wait, what?"
Look, hold on. Should we just make them that, or should we wait till should we wait until after their training? We could wait till after their training and have that show up the next time we see them.
Okay, yeah.
Let's do that because that'll show more of a connection. Bro. I think I forgot we had that. Like everything, I am so silly. I'm a bad friend.
yeah, okay, get over it. Come on.
How old that art is at that point as well.
God.
Let me double check how old is that art. 2024.
Oh my god.
Anyway, we'll work on that. Yeah. Nobody else has to know. So,
yeah.
Anyway.
I think that's the conversation.
Yeah, these two are very much like looking to potentially travel to the Red Desert together now that neither of them most likely are connected to the Judge Man. That being said, obviously both of their names are still in the books of people who could potentially do things with them, but as long as there's kind of nothing you can do about that at the moment.
I mean, if we legally change our names.
Yeah. If you legally change your names and card spirit titles and looks.
Yeah, I mean, you just pop a fusion and then we're fine.
Yeah.
I know how to do tax evasion. Let's fuse into a single person. Then they'll never get us.
Then they can't tax us both.
They can't tax us both. Riku.
Isn't that what Garnet did?
Riku.
Yes.
You would make your way over to the Water Dragon Ferry. As you do feel the more you make your way over to them, you do feel the connection to them. You know you've had this card in your deck for quite a while. The closer you get to them, the more you realize just how large this person is. They are around 10 feet tall as you make your way to them. Again, Amazonas.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But as you approach them, they do look back to you and look to you with for a second a suspicion in their eye, because again, everything that's happened around here. But immediately they look to you and they seem to feel the same connection you have with them. You are the one I felt beyond the veil.
Oh. Same over here. I felt something calling for help, correct?
Help, yes. I am the water dragon fairy. I am a sorcerer or an oracle among the people here. I felt the oncoming darkness that was approaching, and now I fear it is already too late. My people's lands, their groves, their ancestors, their sacred woods are now intimately connected to the darkness. Our temple has been desecrated. It is now an entrance to the shadows that cannot disperse.
I see. I apologize for my late arrival.
No, when I learned I could not call out to anyone here, I could only call out to those that I had a connection with, I got hope, but then I realized you were beyond the scope of the Great Desert, and I realized at that point that it was a fool's errand to hope you to come this way. The fact you are here is nothing short of a miracle in itself.
I am known to be very determined.
I thank you for making your way here. I feel this is not the first time we've met. Would you mind if I... They bring their head down, not their head down, they bring their hand down to your head.
Yeah.
As they do, they place their hand on top of your head as they seem to close their eyes. The aura, like white dragon behind them, seems to sort of flash about and move as they hold them onto your head. As it happens, she does open her eyes once more. You are not the same, but you are one of them. The ones who are the predecessor of my idea.
Your idea?
I am the water dragon fairy, as I told you before. I have done much in my want for power and my want for completeness, a completeness of being. I am an old spirit, but from what I've learned of shamanism and what I've learned of my power, I learned from the Red Eyes tribe. Those who existed long before. They motion toward the dragon on their back. This spirit here that I hold is a remnant of that tribe, one that is long past, a ghost of those ideals.
It's good to know some families still exist.
I would not ever consider myself family. You are, at least that which your tribe represented, is legendary. You are the epitome of the elemental planes. You are a facet of that, of all different facets of the spiritual world. Your tribe wished for more. They wished for power to rise on their own. You are almost the summit of that kind of power, the summit of divinity, just before one could truly crawl themselves into godhood. At least that's how I've always seen you. Your tribe and yourself.
Into godhood?
It is from what I understand, the original tribe. They wished for more. They wished for their power to go from their own tribal humble beginnings into that of dragon. And eventually they were able to make that. The Red Eyes Black Dragon had came from those ideals. But even then, that was not enough, for the great Red Eyes Black Dragon would always look higher. They would look upwards, into the clouds, the mountains, beyond that of the elemental planes. Exactly. They would always hear a roar. Something more, something beyond would always be calling to them, and they grew to hate the sound. For there was a dragon, or I guess a people, far up further upon high, They were never able to gain that power. They did not wish to gain it through any manipulation of magics or any manipulation of their own divinity. They wished to go there on sheer strength, but they always fell short, just short of making it. This was before the three planes were connected as one, but even then, one needs to ascend to go upon higher. From what I learned, your tribe was famous. They were the only ones from the netherworld to ever crawl up into the elemental planes without any sort of divinity or great feat of power or strength. They clawed themselves up on their own accord.
That's amazing to hear.
They are the ones that connected the Black Forest. The Black Forest is connected to the elemental planes through the ripping and tearing of that great tribe.
They did all of that?
That was their home. The natural birthright of any who claim that place. Your birthright. The Black Forest. It is legendary. It is not only the place where you and your tribe have made their way, but it is also the origin of black magics.
Strange. I'm learning so much.
Sorry, I did not wish to overwhelm you. I can tell that you are in human form at the moment. You were born in a world different than mine. You are not the red-eyes black dragon that I know. You are new. You are different, but I cannot help but explain, as I look to you now, why our connection is so important.
No, this is good. This is good. I think I need to understand the ability to change form, correct?
I believe that for someone born in your world, you are essentially human. I do not see any way that you could change that part of yourself. That is not saying that it is impossible. Your tribe has always shown the impossible is possible, but you would be abandoning the form you hold now.
That would be true. At that point, I would have to stay here forever, correct?
There have been those that have passed forward into the material. But yes, for most, you would stay here. Given in too much to your other side, you will be unfit for that other world, and everyone that dwells in it.
Most likely a last resort at that point. If being human doesn't...
If it doesn't pan out, you know.
No. If
we got pivot.
If there's a situation that arises where dueling is not an option, big dragon go boom. Might as well be angry for like a week.
As I mentioned, your power, your tribe, they were gifted for their time. They were one of the only ancient tribes that I can think of to ever achieve the kind of greatness they did in their time. They set forth many things into motion, but it is also a cautionary tale. You may take note, your tribe does not exist any longer.
That would be slightly incorrect. I believe the shaman is trapped in the high plains.
Oh. One of you made it.
I was going to ask you if you knew about that.
One of you made it above. That's incredible. It makes me wonder how that is possible.
She did say she was imprisoned.
Perhaps. Maybe a punishment from above. From what I understand, your tribe was already long gone by the time of the shattering, which is why we did not see any red eyes or any of the power of that crimson power that they wielded during that time. So I had only assumed that there was not any power there. But if one still exists there, interesting.
If it wasn't for her, I'd still be missing an eye. Does that assist you in anything?
You would be missing an eye.
She gave hers up for mine.
They bring their hand down once more towards your face. As they do, they stare down at you in puzzlement. You have a piece of the higher planes within you. A piece of something that is connected to that world. They bring their voice down into a hushed tone. You must not say such things out loud.
I mean, I didn't say things too out loud, hopefully.
You are safe in these woods. Our people share connection with me, and as such with you. They would never betray anything of that nature, but holding a piece of the higher planes and knowing that it is connected to a being up there, Riku, that could create a bridge.
Will you be willing to assist me in understanding how possibly this bridge could work? Not right now.
Of course.
I most likely need to return to the B-scale world for a trial.
We would need plenty of preparation, but there is one issue. And now that you have said this and everything that has happened now has come into understanding, I feel it is all for a reason.
Would this be?
I told you before that your tribe existed in a time before the realms were connected. The lower planes, the elemental planes, and the higher planes. The netherworld, the ascended world, and here, the 5 realms of the Beaskier world. A being connected these 3 places. A large serpent. The great Leviathan. That which the Phantasm tribe that I belong to, we hail to. The reason those people came here is because of our connection to the great serpent. They wish to use the power, and perhaps they have. But that power always has rested here, for this is where the great Leviathan rests. You may wonder how a creature that vast could possibly rest somewhere, could possibly be anywhere. Their remains must be seen. But that is only because one thing, Riku, the remains can be seen.
They can?
They are here. It makes all too much sense now, Riku. They tell you, but you don't tell. But I'm not telling these guys. So.
Okay. Fuck you.
Into a separate call.
Is this why you've been tickling our eyes the whole time?
I feel like if I went into a separate call, then that would mean that more people would know in the audience. So I don't think it's a separate call. Okay, I think we'll wait to see if Riku trusts people enough to explain it on his own.
Feel free to type it out to me.
You bitch.
You know what? I will. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I'll be very brief with it, and I'll let you piece it all together.
That's fine. Yeah, I will do.
Piece the points together. Riku, you must unlock the power of Fortnite.
You must Fortnite build up to the higher plane.
You must get tilted at the towers, Riku.
But we're playing no build. How am I supposed to reach?
You have to try.
That's where your power.
You have to get those bunkers. You have to get all the bunkers you can and build them on top of each other, Riku.
You're gonna be confused, but also you're gonna know exactly what I'm talking about when I say this. Here you go.
Okay. Yeah.
I love that guy reaction. It makes me feel safe inside.
Okay.
There you go. They would have said it in much more flowery language than me.
Okay, so that secret is not gonna be revealed till campaign 3.
And we'll never know.
We'll never hear about it again.
Riku, you tell me, right?
You tell me, Riku, right? Sorry, I don't trust you.
Yeah, off screen.
Campaign 3.
Campaign 3.
Campaign free, baby.
But yes, with Riku learning far more about things than ever, learning about his own tribe and the things therein from it, their eyes go wide as they're spoken a secret that very few people in the shared elemental planes would ever know, and we'll move on.
The ancient truths, the ancient truths.
As I believe, with everybody doing their things, where's Kate at? We'll stick with all of the. We'll do all the errands first. Kate,
Aaron first.
you made your way over to the Witch of the Black Forest. You would find them over at one of the stumps of this area. They seem to have their eyes closed. They are staring off into nothingness with their third eye. That is wide open, and they are seemingly searching throughout this place, but they seem very calm and they seem very much non-pressed by the events around them. You understand upon looking to them from what you have been told, they were in the Judgman Casino before, and again, their sister person that they had, the one that was around them before, was the one you guys had seen basically get choked out and killed by Price earlier today. And by earlier today, I mean like yesterday.
Yeah.
But yes, you see them sitting upon their stump. They are looking off into the distance with their glowing third green eye. As they're looking off and about, you approach them.
I hope it's not a bad time.
They don't respond immediately, but you do find that they seem to look in your direction with their eye slowly, as if deliberately not wanting to shock you by just eye turning towards you. As the third eye looks to you. There is never a bad time.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Kate, as well.
I know.
Yeah. Hey, did Gregor talk about us?
I don't believe I spoke much with Gregor.
Oh.
But I know of Gregor as well.
Huh. That's surprising. He would be all over women.
The place where I was a place filled with many more lively and vibrant women.
It's fine. Everyone's got their own styles.
Can't believe Gregor didn't hit on me.
They're putting me for the dirt. What's happening?
I don't believe you talked with the witch.
No, I didn't. Yeah.
Well, that's a missed opportunity that I'm going to be making up for.
You can speak as much as you wish. I do need to get back to my understanding since my brief respite. I must not laze about.
Gotcha. First thing, would you say you guys are sisters?
Yes, my sister has been attacked.
She's currently resting. She's hopefully doing better.
She is alive, though alive as any spirit can be.
Yeah.
We are similar to the ones that your Gregor over there understand. We have gone through a similar transformation as that of the mystical elf. But I suppose you would call it more like that of the Jacqueline girl over there. A much more demonic separation. It is similar, yet different to both of them. It is through black magic that we goddesses are changed, shifted, brought down to that of mortality.
You are the witch of the Black Forest, so I assume black magic.
Yes. I am a practitioner of black magic, one of the few that remain in this world, that call themselves other than that of a magician.
Gotcha. This is gonna be difficult to explain, but I'm more of a spirit now.
Yes.
Yeah.
You always have
I'm just...
been, by the way.
Wait, always have been?
Yes. You are changed than you were just an hour or so ago, yes. But you are not that different of a person. It's fine. I have been waiting for this conversation for a long time.
Wait, what do you mean a long time?
I know. I knew of you and our conversation we are to be having here. I have known of it since, well, time before you have ever seen this world.
Is it like you can see the future, or you and my grandma are friends somehow?
I am not friends with your grandmother, no. We are from two different places, though I was here whenever your grandmother was not.
You know, I'm hearing you say that you're old, but you don't look it at all. I'm just saying.
I am a goddess. Well, one that has blood of that in their veins. My sister and I are originally from the higher planes, but we did not like it. And thus we split our power amongst ourselves, the two of us descending down here to find our own path forward. We just happened to do it at the wrong time. So my sister took power here in the elemental planes, and I took my power below.
From the realm of battle, right?
Yes.
Huh.
But once everything was connected again, only a short few, I suppose, months in your time. Once everything was separated, we have been lost. Once it was connected, we found each other again. People from your world came by, and they found a powerful fiend in the netherworld, and through their efforts, they connected the two lost pieces of the Black Desert together, thus giving them away to the elemental planes. Again, it is not something you need to know, but I have been waiting for this conversation for a while.
I can imagine. Yeah. So, two things actually. So, the change in me. So, like, I was always kind of a spirit.
Not in the same way as others. You are not similar to the one across the water there. Motions over toward Riku. You are not similar to your mother, even. Not mother, your grandmother, even. There are varying levels of this. You are human. That's not...
Okay, that's good.
That's not as much as I can say for your grandmother. Or, well, who calls themselves your grandmother.
Roll it back. What do you mean who says she's my grandmother? I'm pretty sure she's my grandmother.
If that is how you have addressed her all of your life, then yes.
What is she though? I need a lot of clarifications now.
Are you sure this is a secret you wish to learn from me, a person you just met, and not one you wish to gain from them?
Oh, please, she's not going to tell me.
Your grandmother is not your grandmother. Your grandmother is your great, 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 great grandmother.
There's a lot of greats in that.
I could be missing a couple. Or I could have put one too many. I doubt it matters to you. I doubt one or two here or there matter.
I feel like they do, but that's besides the point. How?
Your family, again, I do not wish to give away your intimate secrets, but if you ask them of me, I see no reason not to tell you. It is your life, after all. Your family have always given that as a, I guess, countermeasure. Your grandmother has lived for so long because of what she is. She was one of the first spirits turned into what they see them now as. And then they fell in love with a man from their school long, long ago. They had your great-great-great-great-great-grandson, or grandfather, sorry.
Yeah, her grandson, my grandfather.
They continued to go, but eventually your grandmother, as you call her, was left with an important decision. She could keep the identity that she held, or she could allow for herself to go forward without prying eyes. As such, she took on the identity of her granddaughter, and then the granddaughter beyond, the granddaughter beyond, and eventually your grandmother.
Okay, a lot to talk about with her later.
It is essential, unfortunately. If people find out about how long that they have lived, it will become very obvious that she is one of the escaped ones.
Escaped ones, as in there's more people like my grandmother.
At this point, most likely not.
Huh.
The one across the water there is very similar. In fact, they may have virtually no difference to what they are. But your grandmother was one of the first taken from this world, back when the experimentations first started all those years ago.
Oh.
They were taken from here. They were given a life to live. And those lives were not grand. Luckily for her and for those others that escaped with her, they were on an island, one that was famous for having children. They just blended in with those children. They went home, they came back, they kept going on with those lives to where no one ever found out that they were any different. And that lie continued to save them and serve them. Yet, eventually, those children would always say something or do something out of the ordinary, at which point those who knew what they were would then recapture them. Your grandmother is one of the ones who was smart enough to always keep their identity hidden.
That must have been rough for her.
Her and her family, once they get to a certain age, she tells them. She lets them know that what she is and how things are going to go. Mostly her family have completely agreed. I doubt that there has ever been anyone so far that has ever gone against it. She has a fortune. She is able to make sure that her family lives out their lives in any way, shape, or form as they need, but after a certain point, they get themselves out of the public eye. They go out into their world, they explore under different names, and they find a place for them to settle themselves. It is upon me saying this that you now have an understanding, and a light has turned on in your head about certain events happening in your life right now.
Yep, it explains Egypt.
As they search around for a place that they will settle, they will then take on a new name. And your grandmother turned whichever one that they decide to, will return to the public eye as that person, the next in line. Yes, by the way, the thing you're thinking of. That is exactly what's happening with her.
Oh. Oh. So that's why I'm not gonna see her.
LMAO.
You are close to the time that they will tell you of their own accord. It is not a goodbye or anything. I doubt that the ones you're thinking of will ever tell you goodbye if it given their affinity for you.
Oh yeah, no, they'll say in different languages.
I suppose a good way for me to help you acclimate to this. They will stay close to your family. Have you ever had any older people that just sort of are around at family gatherings that you don't quite know where they belong? If you ever notice that, then you know who they are now. They are either them or descendants of them.
And with my situation now, am I going to be similar to her, like just living longer, I guess?
You may, though you are still different. Most people who have been in your life, your family, have had normal lives. You gaining more spiritual power may change things one way or another, though it may also spell the end for your grandmother's exploits. If there is no one else for her to take, then she most likely will have to eventually come to terms with leaving behind the identity she carries. And yes, she would have already thought about that just as you are now, way before now, since you do not have any intention of having children.
I can adopt. I'm sure they can do something, right?
Me when I set up this whole fucking multi-pyramid scheme empire to keep living in the world, and turns out my fucking daughter's a lesbian. Fuck!
My parents can make another kid, right?
That is most likely something that was on the table, though I will tell you now it did not happen. Through either an act of the will of the world or through time catching up to her, your parents were never able to have another child.
I mean, it'd be hard to have a child when my mom is like, "Hey, go make a child for me, please."
You are an only child.
Now I feel bad, but I'm not gonna change.
No, you're not supposed to feel bad. I will tell you this, your grandmother has already made many, other plans.
Please don't tell me she has like a backup family.
She has many backup families.
Yeah, okay.
But I doubt that any of them will serve the purpose as her own blood. There is a special magic in what she does. Something that will make it to where people will not bat an eye when a person, let's say an actress like your mother, disappears for a few years and comes back looking relatively different. There is a magic to it that makes it to where people don't notice, but that magic would only work for those of the blood of the person. Direct blood connection.
Right.
I say this to you just because you have a right to know. It is not my understanding of their feelings on the matter. You would have to ask them of that.
Yeah. No, thank you for this insight. It's good.
I know
it's
that
great.
This is not the only thing you wish to speak to me about as well.
Yeah, the second thing involves these guys. Pulls out the puppet, the doll deck.
These are very, well, relieved spirits you have in your hand. You know how a card gains some kind of understanding of themselves, do you not?
Through a lot of dueling, and then they get awareness through like all the spiritual energy put into them, right?
Exactly. Or as a person I once knew used to say, every card wishes to be played.
You know, my grandmother
She
said that
said it!
once to me.
The cards, when they're being played and they're being loved by their duelist, gain aspects or gain some kind of bits of them. However, the twisted love that the duelist that held these cards had a different effect on those that you hold. They felt trapped, delirious with love that was unwanted. They felt relief at his perishing. They feel guilty, but they feel relieved at the same time that which gave them their understanding, that which almost caused them to become full spiritual beings, that they celebrate their passing. It is cruel, but it is because of that warped sense of love that they were never able to fully become spirits on their own. Most of them are just happy to be gone and rid of them.
That's interesting.
It is uncommon.
Because
Normally, a spirit that is being as loved as they are by a duelist would feel something similar to them in return.
to be fair, you've seen that guy, right?
I know a lot of things, yes.
Yeah, because I think anyone's natural reaction would be the same of these cards.
There are things that
But-
I do not know, but anything that I will interact with in my own life, I understand fully. With them, unfortunately, I don't know much of them, but I do know that they are relieved that they are saved from that situation.
I was gonna try and see if there was a way to, well, free them, since I don't know, it felt like he was confining them into being dolls.
Dolls.
Maybe I've just misinterpreted it.
These doll cards will always be what they are, unless they are changed by your own attempts, which you may or may not do in the future. They will be dolls. Whether they're fine with that or not, that is what they are, just as I am always some sort of a three-eyed goddess. I can change, given the power of a duelist. I can go into a new form, or I can fuse with another spirit and change, but I will always be this in this form. They do not hate being dolls, from what I understand. Some beings hate what they are, but I do not think that was their issue. At least the root of their issue.
Okay, that is good to know, though.
Some
I'll
of
try
them
and
may
figure
have
out-
hated being dolls when he was still around, but it's complicated.
I can't imagine.
You have done a good
guess
thing in
so.
liberating them. They can now blossom into spirits of their own if you wish to continue to foster them, or you give them off to someone who will.
I think trying to foster them might be a good idea. No.
That is what your academies are there for.
Yep.
To
what
foster
about you?
duelists and foster spirits.
And what about you? You said you've quit changing stuff, and you did travel to make your own way here.
I did.
You feel like coming to the academy?
The academy.
Hmm.
I do not see
I
that
mean-
in my immediate future, but I am curious as to understand why.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having a dual spirit around. Well, more or less.
Hmm.
No. You said you came down here because you saw it change, correct?
I did.
And just from this very moment, you said you didn't foresee going to the academy.
I
So
do not.
maybe a surprise is what you need. I know, big decision.
I do have something that I need to do remaining in my life.
And what would that be if you're willing to tell me?
You are not the one that I'm supposed to tell, though. If you are able to tell the one that I wish to tell, perhaps what I see in the future does not matter. As long as the information gets to them, then where I am at the time does not matter in the slightest. Or, if I am with you still, I can tell them that way.
Both sound good. So, who are we telling to what?
There is something that remains. There is something that is needed to square this world away. To set forth the path of all worlds back on where it needs to go. Whether it happens or not, I do not know. Whether I actually know what it is or not, I do not know. All I do know is one thing. These worlds, while they are slowly being connected one by one, are still missing the one thing that held them all together. The shattering will never be truly over, and will continue to splinter without Doriado.
I think we might have some good news about that. Apparently, she might be in the higher planes.
She shakes her head. She is not.
Really? That's what those guys were on about.
From what I can tell you now, I do not know the future and what the future holds. But I can tell you the here and the now. Their eye on their head turns towards you and stares to you. I only know of my own life and what I need to be doing. The actual future eludes me, but at the current moment, I can tell you that ever since the shattering, this world has never had Doriado.
Huh. Then I guess Lady of Fate isn't like related to Doriado, right?
Spirits change. New spirits are born. Old spirits are reborn. Lady of Faith might have been Doriado at one point, but they are not Doriado.
But could they become Doriado?
They shake their head.
Huh.
If they are to change, they will become something different.
See.
In the same way that I cannot become my sister, for my sister already exists. Doriado has already existed before. A spirit cannot simply become Doriado. A new spirit eventually may be born that is Doriado, but I doubt that that will happen.
And
Lady
you
of
said
Faith
you don't
will
know...
never be Doriado.
Never say never. You said you don't know what the future holds.
That is true. By my current understanding of how the world and spirits work, Lady of Faith will never be Doriado.
Cool. But you know, the future though.
You just see a smile across from the witch's face. I met a group similar to yours. They motion again over toward Riku and Otto. From my time several years ago. I was able to aid them in awakening themselves, but given what I have already done and the things that have done to me quite recently, I believe everything that I have set into motion to be done has now been fulfilled.
Which means you're available to hang out. Let's go to class.
If you wish to take me. They put their hand out, not like in a palm upward, but in a palm downward, just sort of putting their hand out in your direction.
I shall take and kiss hand because that's what I assume you do when palm is down.
Yep. She does
You're
this.
doing so good. Let's go.
You take their hand in yours, you kiss their hand, and you would notice immediately replaced in your hand is a Witch of the Black Forest card.
Hey.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you leave women, Gregor.
No, it's my fault.
Riku's just like, hey, it's that girl that awoke the dragon inside of me. What happened? Oh, they disappeared. Oh well.
Oh, well. It's fine. I'm talking to another woman who's holding a dragon. Man, this might be a whole pattern for me.
This is a whole thing that's happening with old Riku.
Yeah, well,
You know,
pick up my daughter now. This woman.
I've also noticed a pattern because I have to deal with two different kinds of gods with my characters. I wonder if there's a connection.
We will
I wonder if
go.
there's a connection.
We will go finally over to our boy Gregor. As everybody else,
I'm Gregor.
as everybody is getting ready to make their way toward the temple, as everybody else is getting things going on over there, Gregor, you make your way over toward other stump that has other elf on it.
Huge.
As you make your way to them, you do find that despite not opening their eyes, they do turn to you as you approach. Wait, this isn't the correct art. This isn't the correct art.
Yeah,
Hold
she's
on.
supposed to be dummy fake now. What the fuck
Where's our
happened
dummy
here?
thick art? Hold on.
Mystical dummy thick elf.
Hold
That's
on.
what a mystical elf is, dummy thick elf.
God, there's so many arts in here. I'm probably not going to be able to find it. Anyway, keep going. Keep talking. Do your thing. Do your talk. I think I immediately found it after saying that.
Easy.
I immediately found it and scrolled by it. And now I'm scrolling back up to see if I can see it. And I can't see it now. Hold on. It's here. I know it is. You were here. I know you were. I just passed you. There you are. Wait.
Grab it.
That's I think that's the original art.
Damn it.
That's not the other. Okay. That's fine. Keep going. Do your talk. Talk your talk. Walk your walk.
Hey. Oh.
Gregor, there
You
you
doing
are.
all right? I think everyone's doing all right now, but you know.
I'm doing perfectly fine. Thank you very much. Hello there. Oh.
Oh shit, she spawned.
Your friend's here.
Yeah, she likes scaring me. When did you get there?
The only thing that I heard was if you want to talk to Jacqueline, then Jacqueline's were there. But
yeah,
now Jacqueline's here, though. Here they go.
When I got here, she wasn't here, and I look back and she's here.
Don't mind me. I wish to speak with Gregor, but Gregor has other things to talk about.
Gregor's over
Not
here,
that
so
don't-
I came here.
Not that I don't want to talk to you. Are you doing all right?
I'm doing relatively fine, thank you.
Oh, that is wonderful.
I believe you were
Please
one of the
continue.
ones that was captured alongside me, were you not?
Oh, I remember those times, yes.
They were a
Such
couple of hours
troubling
ago.
times.
There we are.
Oh, there it is.
Was it a few hours? It felt longer. Every moment.
It was about roughly, I think, when I saw you. Though we may have been there for longer. We've been out here for a bit.
I was more meaning that it was up until a few hours ago, but yes.
It felt so long.
That being said,
Continue. Ignore me.
ignore me. There we go. I have the new art. There we are.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh my.
Your breast boobalied up for like half a second there. It's crazy. You made your way over to them?
Yeah. Well, I mean, now I also hold on. Let me
assume you've
let me
seen
pull out
the-
Dark Elf as well.
I assume you've seen the other me.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I caught her on the other way around.
You blooping her down?
Yeah, I'm looping her down.
Let me get her. Let me
The
get her.
Uber's ready.
Let me get her. Let me find her. She was over here. she got a bloop. There we are. Oh, that's why I never changed her art, because we still have old Dark Elf art as well. Because we never got a new Dark Elf, because the new Dark Elf, the Dark Elf that this artist made is just the exact same as this mystical elf, only black. So anyway.
Not incorrect, I guess.
Not incorrect. No, I just wish they would have like redid the like the card art pose instead of just making it be the same pose, their tongue slightly sticking out. Anyway, you pull out the Dark Elf as they appear in front. Welcome back. I assumed that you had no need of me, though I believe that we were able to be useful inside of your duel, Gregor.
It's helpful to just have the moral support after all of that. I didn't think I was gonna come out of that one, to be quite honest, but it's, that's what we got friends for, right, Jack?
Neither did I. I
Yeah.
thought you were going to perish, and
Oh,
I
that's
was going to
good
have
to
to
know.
save you before you died, but you didn't die.
You're gonna hype me up a bit, man. You don't have to. Like, I know I was gonna die, but you can pretend.
You see Mystical Elf slide over on the stump and then pat the stump, and then Dark Elf go and sit on the stump.
Duels on the stump.
Up now I gotta make this one slightly bigger. Make it still like it's in. There we go. Good. We did it. It is good to see you, Gregor. And it is good to see you, sister. It is good to see myself as well, sister.
It's good to see that everyone's mostly alright, barring the people that got sucked into the void or something. Well, I don't still follow what exactly happened, but I can assume they were gonna take everyone's energy to make a big stew or something.
Mystical Elf looks over to Dark Elf as Dark Elf gives a smile and a nod. We do not fully understand what is going on, but we can tell you something, Gregor.
Yeah?
These people that have come here, they have been a threat for quite a long while here in the spirit world.
All of them? I mean, all, like, the ones that we just saw, Price as well, like, all of them?
Not specifically them. The Mystical Elf looks over as if completing things for the Dark Elf. But there has been a force from the material world that has been always doing, I suppose you could call them experiments with our world. Ever since our worlds were connected in the ancient past of your world, the far ancient past of ours, we have always had to deal with humanity drawing energy from our place. But there was a time, more recently in your past, though still relatively ancient from what I know, that there were people there, a group of them, who would have, I suppose you would call it, kidnapping our young from this world. Spirits that had not fully formed into what it is they wish to be or what they will become. Those spirits have always been the prey of humanity. At least those specific humans that we mentioned before. The ones that we saw here, the ones that we felt attacking both of these places, are the exact same as the ones that we felt before. They are different people, but they are the same sect of people.
No, okay, so the same group of people who were kidnapping little spirit children are now doing that? What for?
We don't know. From what we understand, those spirits have been I suppose, integrated or growing up quite a while in your world as well. I do not know what they plan to do, what they have always done. But from what we can tell, from what little piece that we have felt from your world, from that you hold there, the dark elf points to your cheek.
What, the criminal monk?
The spirituality that you hold, and the spirituality in that mark, they are at odds. They feel similar, but distinctly different than what we felt from those cults.
I'm not following. So, like, that is not exactly related to this, but it's a little close.
The energy that we felt coming from that, we believe, is the outcome of the humans' experiments with our kind.
Oh.
In the ancient past, I believe you were to call it ancient even as well, there were times that magic in your world was used to call us forward, to protect them, to fight for them. Eventually, that art was lost, but the humans eventually also found other ways to connect to our worlds through arts and medias and other things. Eventually down to your card game even.
No.
Once we were reintroduced to your world, the most popular form of which being Duel monsters, we believe it's called.
Yeah.
Whenever that happened, those people, the ones that attacked and kidnapped, they learned of the ancient past. They learned how we were used to fight, defend. They learned the powers and the magics that we held. And I believe they have been studying it for hundreds and hundreds of years at this point in your world. Always trying to figure out how to connect back to this one, or how to use things from that one to further their own bonds and ideals, to gain that power back. And whatever is the result of that, we have felt from you, from that machinery that you hold. Motions to your dual disc, motions to Kate's dual disc, motions to other things around, to the very symbol upon your cheek. All power in your world at this point seems to be derived from spirituality.
Oh, so they're like all related in a way.
Meanwhile, over here with Otto and Riku, knowing exactly about like inner D and shit from all of the freaking things that they saw on the satellite that exploded.
It's like yeah, inner D is real. We know it. Keep this shit moving.
So like, is the big enemy like Battery Man? Because he's like maximum
Remember,
energy guy.
That card was made later on. That is not a spirit.
It can be though.
It is not yet.
It's not a spirit, it's a self-report. Hope this helps.
That was a card that was created from power and thus shown as something in the current world, not leading into that. One thing led to the other, and it wasn't the monster. But yes, keep going.
I mean, I guess that kind of lines up with what we've been seeing. We recently found out these bands we hold are kind of like a super poly, which I guess for you guys is like a gem. Like everything is some kind of experiment or the other, I believe it.
For the most part, that power that you hold is relatively benign. Back in hundreds of years in your past, most likely, it would have been more, I guess, harmful to either your or our world. But it is certainly at this point mostly self-sufficient. It is only whenever they go beyond that it goes into more devious territory.
Another story of going beyond what should be done.
such as progress. Whether it is forward or back, whether it is done with good intention or not, there will always be consequence. Whether
Indeed.
that is good or not is up to the ones who benefit.
Jacqueline looks to their arm, which, as you said,
It's normal,
now, right?
but you can
Yep.
push it back if you
Normal
want.
arm, no wings, no horns, but you can make them disappear and reappear as you wish.
I'm glad I was able to learn, but many don't. Many don't.
As we said, for the most part, that energy is benign. It is not harming us, nor harming any of you. In fact, I believe it is helping both worlds at this point. The one that created the generators of that power is to be, honestly, praised. But once that power is shown, once that energy is made, some will always wish for the next step. Take the Judge-Man, for example. The Judge-Man started off very much looking to save those who were misplaced from their worlds in the Shattering. He was able to become a emperor as such for the people. They were able to look to him for help and guidance. And eventually that was corrupted. Whether it was spirits asking too much or himself feeling he was giving too much without taking enough, those feelings over hundreds of years changed. He then became a broker, and then a master, and eventually just a plain owner of the people he had helped.
Kind of hard to own them right now, right? Like, I don't know if I heard right, but like the book is gone,
The book,
which is a little worrying for in it.
The book is seemingly not in the Judge-Man's care any longer. Hopefully that means that whoever holds it does not have full control over what is inside, but the names and the debts still remain.
Can't believe that guy survived. Do you guys think he's gonna be like, alright? Do you guys still need to like be determined that you're not evil or something? I'm not sure what happens after. Things are kind of taking a big left turn.
Now that the goddess has been attacked in their own sanctum, hopefully the elves of that sanctum will understand that there are more pressing issues than to squabble about whether or not I am the mystical elf, and whether or not we are the ones that are helping and protecting them. Hopefully, through sheer amounts of necessity, at least for the time being, we will be left alone. In fact, I am thinking of not returning to the Black Forest.
Oh, you're just gonna quit that straight up?
Well, I'm thinking that certain places among the elemental planes may have more use of me. And I am thinking that I would love to see more world out there. Potentially see more places and more things than just the inside of my eyelids.
Hey, if you get bored, we're gonna be probably going back to our world pretty soon. You're mostly gonna see school. I don't know if that'll be interesting.
If you wish to take us with you, we will surely be fine going. I'm sure that one as well, motions toward Jacqueline, would not mind going somewhere else.
Jacqueline's eyes are wide. Even if I would not be necessarily studying, it almost feels right to go back.
There is a difference between staying inside of a card and having your own form to travel about with. Once you do decide, the dark elf sort of motions to herself, to go into the form of a dual monster card, you do give up some autonomy. But being able to move freely between the spirit worlds, being able to go into the material, it is a sensation that is different one that you will not get to see of your own. I would think on it. However, I have already done my thinking, the mystical elf says, as they look over to you, Gregor. And as we said whenever we first had met, we will find ourselves drawn to you in one shape or form. I am perfectly fine going with you, keeping you company.
Yeah, at that point, you guys think again, I don't have a lot to show in the normal world. We just kind of, I mean, I guess I do. We have a problem now with apparently some people being drawn by something like a shadow game, and they're like stuck sleeping. And originally we were gonna use the power of that Leviathan thing to wake them up, but that seems misplaced currently, so.
They look to each other again, look, quote unquote, to each other.
They turn to each other and their eyes are peering in the same direction.
As they look back to you, the two of us are masters of healing. We could attempt to aid you in awakening your allies.
Oh shit, yeah, that would be helpful. If you guys are, again, still willing to, jump in with me for a bit. Which is a little for you guys and a lot for me.
With the new connection between the forest of the Great Sea and the forest of the Black Forest, the elves, now knowing of the other's existence and being able to freely walk between, I see no reason as to why we are needed any longer.
At least they can't bother you if you're in a car, right? It's like a vacation, but like, still with about the same amount of responsibility, but also less, I think.
It was also becoming rather overcrowded, with the connection that happened with the under Black Forest as well, and now that the spirits of the Judgeman Casino will be scattered about, I believe that making room for the crowd is probably the best option, at least for me. I have not been great with crowds.
And yeah, that's easy. You guys are welcome if you want to run on the boat, as one would say.
As they say that, you just see Dark Elf like put a hand on her shoulder. That is because you are blue, sister.
It's because she's blue.
If either of us wish to actually want to be accepted in crowds, we would be a lot more inconspicuous. You are covered in gold, sister. I suppose that is correct. And you cannot speak to me of being blue. They bring their hand up to their hair. It is a simple bottle for me, sister. It is a much more of an experience for you.
I mean, I guess they do sell dye.
I'm just imagining.
But it's mostly for cosplay.
Looking off towards where Riku is, the purple-haired guy. Over to Sana, the lime green-haired girl.
Riku just looks over at Dark Elf. Is that my mom?
That could be your mom. You don't know anything.
Is that my aunt?
Is that my auntie?
Aunt Dark Elf?
She does have dark in her name.
We don't know what color her eyes are.
We don't know anything.
The two of them will look, quote unquote, over toward Jacqueline as well. We would offer to heal you, but it seems someone else had already got to it. If you do decide to follow us on our attempt and our journey, then we hope to work together well. That being said,
Indeed.
if you also choose to stay here and continue to look to the witch that cursed you, that is also a worthy thing to look for.
Oh, that I've already decided that that's not my quest anymore. I was not really fully myself, and that was the goal for just the self. Right now I have goals for others. I feel those are more what I aim for now.
Thank God I can shelf that character.
Fuck yeah!
She was a little problematic. Anyway.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? What does that mean?
She was a little problematic with how I wrote her is all. Just don't worry about it.
I like how you said this and you're like, oh, my problematic character, which I wrote. Fuck yeah, I don't have to use this.
I think that it's great having tragic characters that have been cursed into forms that they wish. It sucks to be the wicked witch that did that for the reasons that they do.
Asshole. Yeah. You're saying that after playing the SATs, it can't get lower, I think.
It can't get lower. I can make it on the same level though, probably.
Oh, that's scary.
We already know about the Great Respecter. I'm just saying.
I can't believe we defeated the Great Disrespecter. I mean, to be fair, he kind of respected a little too hard. So maybe it was like the Greater Respecter or the Grand Respecter.
The Grand Respecter.
The too much Respecter.
I think the Master of the SATs is still good.
It's really good. And yeah, Jack, if you want to join on us in, you're always welcome.
I think I will.
Gregor?
I think that is where my path lies.
You will find as you stand there, as there is a bit of a somewhat glow coming from your cards, you will find that Jacqueline, Dark Elf, and Mystical Elf seem to disperse and find themselves going off into your cards.
I need a single copy of Mystical Elf. We don't have a single one.
You don't have a copy of Mystical Elf?
We don't have a single copy of Mystical Elf.
Oh my god. Hold on.
This is your inner witch, Gregor.
Where is she? Which set was she in?
You're asking questions I can't answer.
Probably in the 2024 cards, I'm guessing. Let's look through those. La 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 la.
Also, let's go pure elf deck lock in.
Oh, is it that? Is it there? Is there? Is there? No.
Imagine being me. This whole time I was like, I want to put her in my where is she?
How come I don't have one of these?
We didn't have a single one.
What in the actual fuck? Where? Give me a sec. Stop rushing me.
Take your time.
Stop rushing me.
I didn't say anything.
Stop rushing me.
I didn't say anything.
Or maybe it's not in 2024 cards.
Hee.
Oh no, it could still be in 2024 cards. There's another entire folder of 2024 cards. How you guys doing?
Doing all right.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
That's good. I'm glad. Nice day.
Very nice
It's
day.
been a pretty chill day.
Mm-hmm. We got some nice learning from Kate, and some nice learning from Riku, and now we're even getting some
Well, we
more...
didn't learn anything from Riku technically. That was the thing that only
Aaron
Riku
learned something.
learned.
Aaron learned something.
Aaron learned something. Yeah.
And now we've learned potentially some stuff to tie into like maybe even OG DARP shit from Mystical Elf. That's kind of crazy.
That was some shit being dropped in there. That's crazy.
I can't even find where I put Dark Elf, because I know they're in the same pack.
I just love. Okay, so the one was DARP. It says for Dark Elf. It
Yeah,
was
but that one's an issue because the DARP set is spread throughout all the different sets.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I pray for you.
Yeah. There are two things that are called DARP. One of them has been lost. That one's gone. It's not the one that had this. That was lost a long ass time ago. That was lost whenever I lost my computer. And then there's the other DARP, which is one we've always had. That one's fine. And all other things named DARP, I mostly give the DARP moniker to things that I knew from the beginning would be things connected to like main plot shit. Not everything that has main plot shit is called DARP, but some of them are. Ones I always knew. Forever.
Of course,
known.
of
Forever
course.
known.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
The now-known. The foreknown.
The foreknown.
Yes. I want to die.
That's very rough to bring in this call. I don't know what I'm supposed to respond. Don't.
I can't find the woman.
I've heard that's really fucking bad for you. I'm so sorry you can't find your woman. I imagine it's really hard.
It is. It is that you said. I found her!
Oh.
All right. Easy.
Women.
That should be the easiest one to find in this. Honestly, it should be so easy to see inside this thing. Let's make a clone of the uploads folder. I'm just gonna put it over here, and we're gonna see how quick it is to find the set that has this in it, because it should be really easy. Search. Okay, it was very easy. Okay, cool. It was literally this is the cover card of it. Of this set. Like, this is why it should be easy.
That's great. That's great.
It's like it's literally the freaking Wicked Disciple. That's like the easiest fucking card to remember. And boop. So good.
You're doing so good.
Scratch everything I said. Those two disappear into your cards. This one leaves behind a card.
Oh.
Boop. Yeah.
I pick it up. The first time we've seen her art, because I've never drawn this card.
I think with that, do you have anything else you would like to immediately go and check on?
Immediately. There's two things. I'm just choosing which one has more precedence.
Of course.
Because I think I should probably check on Panther Warrior and Miss Judge. Considering I was like, yeah, I'll help, and then I disappeared, and then they all get fogged, and now Judgment's chilling, and we are all here.
The three of them are all together over here.
That works. I don't mind.
There we go. The world will actually let me move you. Great. We will say this, that Gregor, you do go walking over to the section where you see a lot of others are standing. Again, I'll move some of these guys around. People have spread out all throughout the areas at this point. Most people have gone off and around. As you make your way toward the large area here, you do see that there's the Judge Man seemingly just standing off to his side on the pathway that would lead you out toward the temple. I wonder why I had him there of all places, and maybe you had to pass him by to get to the temple. Don't worry about it.
Oh, well, that works, I guess. Whatever.
But as you make your way there, you would find that Miss Judge and Panther Warrior will be standing at this point. Panther Warrior is staring out across the water in the direction of the large rift that had happened in space, the little dark rift over there. As Miss Judge would be standing there looking off and about, you make your way there. They look over at you. Oh, Gregor, is that you?
Yeah, hi.
Welcome. I'm sorry that I can't. I'm sorry that I can't be hospitable. I'm in a completely different world than I was.
No, that's fine. I figured that being getting displaced by like an army of evil guys and then being turned into a soup and then unturned into a soup would have been a lot. It's all right.
We are currently trying to figure things out. She motions over to Judge Man, who at this point is like turned away and like hunched over on a tree. We are having discussions.
How's the big guy doing?
He is, how do I put it? They reach down, they pull up a little X sign.
Bad.
It turns out that whenever he was healed by that divine presence, there was a side effect that came with it.
Oh, yeah? Oh, why the... Really? Did something, like, get weird or unweird in his head or something?
He seems to be more understandable and knowledgeable about the things he has done. At first, he seemed to be very, he was being very concerned for me in a position like he would whenever we were still happily together.
Oh.
I believe that in the absence of some of his power that was taken from him, he has suffered some loss to his memory.
Oh, wait, so, like, he just forgot?
He has seemingly forgotten the past, 400 or so years.
Oh, that's nothing, I'm sure. It's only, like, my lifetime 4 to 5 times over.
We experience time a lot differently than you, Gregor, obviously. We have very slow burns when it comes to our emotions and our abilities. We don't do anything quickly here in these worlds. That being said, 400 for us is also a very long time.
Okay, it's good to know that we're on the same level there.
It is, odd. He doesn't understand what I have been telling him, to the point of he has, isolated himself. She motions to the tree. Not good. Not goodly.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's doing a good job. I would...
I cannot help but pity his situation. Not in a sense of any kind of forgiveness that I have done with him. I have and still stand by my want to overthrow him. But now it is difficult for me to look in his direction. He is acting, at least, very much like the man I knew back then.
I'm not like the greatest wordsmith, but I can see if I can get a word with him. He's not hiding very well.
I believe that whatever is going to come from this will most likely need to wait, as far as the two of us are concerned. I have moved on myself. I have many partners and many thoughts, just as he had, though he does not remember it. Not to mention...
That's a rough.
Not to mention, it is almost... How do I put it? She, like, brings the X over to her head and then just starts, like, slightly tapping against her hat before she twists it around and shows the O. That's a good way to put it. I feel almost guilty. I know that this is the same person, and I know this is the one that I have been attempting to overthrow, but when I told him of his recent escapades as well as my own, he seemed hurt at the change in our relationship. When I told him of my ongoings with other spirits and his own, it was almost as if seeing his heart break.
Oh no. Okay, all right. I can't say. I think we can form a squad. I also know someone who has a harem.
That would actually be very helpful, yeah.
Yeah, I'll get my group, I'll get my guys, and we'll try and talk to him because like he doesn't remember me apparently as well. We're doing like the last 400 years, so we're on the same footing. We're just a bunch of strangers telling him things. This could work.
Yes, you go get your harem expert.
I'll go get my harem expert et al.
Oh boy, it's Kate's time to shine.
Just gonna get the group. It's like, all right, team.
As
team.
you run off to collect your harem expert, you like go back to the main group and you're like, all right, guys, I need a harem expert. At which point, both Kate and Riku both say at the same time, "It's my time to shine," and then they stare at each other.
No, Riku will go, "Oh hell no."
It's my time to. Oh. Okay.
Benny.
I think Benny would have read a lot of stories about harem, so he thinks.
Hi everyone. All right, I need to give you the lowdown. So the Dutch man, originally a really bad guy. Didn't like him. Gonna be real, he was owning people. It was bad. He forgot everything before he turned like after he turned bad. So he don't remember anything. And also, I think when he was first there in 400 years ago, he was in a monogamous relationship. So I need a harem expert as well.
Hey girls.
Gregor? Sounds like a whole lot of not our problem to help someone with a relationship status.
No.
Well, okay, I'm gonna put it to you in words that you understand, Taliesin. We should help this guy because originally he had enough power to kill us, and it'd be good for him to never have that idea again. It would be the decent thing to do.
Listen, you have a harem expert. Hello, Kate, harem expert. Here's my business card.
Hey.
I can't believe it would have been better if I
You have business cards?
tell him to grab them.
No, this was for a gag. Bella made them actually.
Oh my god, you have him. Oh my god,
Why
you
are there
brought
two of
him?
me? Why is Wood Nadia here?
I mean,
I
Fuck,
don't
she
know.
burned.
Maybe she became real. Who knows? Everything was healed in the forest.
Get out of here, Wood Nadia.
I pulled her away. So, man, wow, it sounds like it would have been preferable if I didn't save him. Oh no.
Riku will stay out of this.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go with Kate, and if any of you are at the very least curious, you can come with. But you know, I told you that what I'm doing.
It is on the way
What
to
we're
the temple,
doing.
so we could make our way that way while we're going to leave.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go for there anyway. So you know, you can either stand there awkward or you can bitch in. I don't care.
Unless any of you wishes to make the god of this forest not have your respects to them before we go.
God damn it.
What's that, Riku?
No, Kate was just like, I'll go.
I think I'm going to not.
Benny, we have to go there.
Nope. Benny,
You don't have to talk. You don't have to talk, but we have to go there.
You
have to walk by him anyway, and it'll be awkward.
Hide in a bush, but he won't see ya. He's very big.
Fine.
Do you guys wish to make your way?
Yeah.
Okay. As you guys do, you guys walk your way down the plank over through here. You guys eventually go by Garland. What do we call him? Yeah, it's just Garland.
Garland.
You guys make your way by Garland, who's just flexing over in the corner, doing his thing.
Garland.
Hello, I'm here, Riku.
Hey, how you doing, my dude?
Riku, it's you.
It's me. How are you?
I'm
Dab me
perfectly
up, brother.
fine. I have ascended to a new form and sense of existence.
That's great. That's great. I've gone to therapy.
That's good too. Honestly, I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
It takes a lot to make that decision for yourself.
Yeah. I think I definitely needed, since you know the whole killing you thing.
Yeah, that was probably did a number on you. You're just a kid.
I'm like 28.
Yeah, but you're like a kid.
I mean, to you, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning. Yeah.
I mean, you're young now. How old are you? Like 12?
Yeah, about 12,000. Yes.
I mean, this form.
Like
currently.
a baby. Yeah.
12,000. Gotcha.
Yeah, something like
anyway, we're currently hanging out in the Beast Gear World section. So if you want to come, I'm sure people will like.
Oh,
to
the
go
Beast
see.
Gear. I can go there now, right? Because the casino was destroyed. Yeah. I might bring my way over.
Yeah.
Say hi to the gang.
Priska's there. Yeah, everyone's there. Like,
Alright,
it'll be a nice reunion.
I'll see if I can. I'll see if I can't fly. I'll see if I can't find. Do you celebrate Christmas in your world? I'll see if I can't bring Claus over.
Wait, Claus?
Yes, Sandy Claus.
You're messing with me, right?
No,
You could
Sandy Claus. Yes, Sandy Claus.
Sandy Claus.
Yes. Resident of the Netherworld, Sandy Claus. Yes.
What is he gonna do? What is he gonna do? See I'm poor and not give me the gift I want that year?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know you.
Santa in hell. No, fun about that.
To be fair, I lived in the satellite, so you know. We did have a guy. Sure, it would be nice to bring them out. I think Priska will have a aneurysm actually, so that might be fun to see.
Oh, neat. All right. I'll do that. I'll see if I can't find him. Old Sandy.
Okay, great.
All right, have a good time.
floor.
Good job. Good job with the therapy. Seriously, I without any thoughts on it. I'm not holding any grudge. Honestly, I'm much better for things after everything happened. So do not even think.
To be fair,
he goes to
we
grab
were
your hand. Do not even think on that. All right.
Yeah, no, I've kind of moved on. My therapist said it was not my fault at that point.
I forced that situation onto you, and it was unfair of you. It was unfair of me to do that to you.
To be fair, yeah. You went in a good place yourself too.
Yes,
You
I
came
needed
for,
to be
Millennium.
I needed to be stopped. I thought it was all of your ability to do so. I should not have put my issues onto you, but it was a lot of you. I'm not trying to make excuses for either of us, but I will say
it's fine.
I'm proud
You're
of you.
in a bad spot now.
Proud of you.
You have a new lease on life.
Listen, I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Listen, yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Have a
Listen,
good.
you have a new lease on life. You can go meet someone, start a family. You know, do something.
Yeah, I might do that. I honestly, you haven't seen them, but emotions to the form he has. I'm not the only one that had a transformation. Maybe you'll see her later. But I'm not the only one. Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry. You'll find out. I'll bring them over as well.
Okay.
All right,
I'm concerned, but I guess this is fine.
Hey, don't be concerned. Don't worry over this.
Okay, I'm not going to worry. I'm going to trust you.
Right, good man. All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
He starts flexing over in the corner again.
Sorry, that's the guy.
Who gave you what?
Yeah, he was the Netherworld kill. We killed him last time. He came back. Things were fine.
Like
What
for
are you-
fun?
Oh, that was
or,
the Netherworld
were you
King.
doing something?
It wasn't for fun. A voice in my head told me to kill him, so I did.
Did you get that? Is that like a mental illness thing, or is that like a someone tricked you thing?
Someone tricked me thing. Then I actually did kill someone. That one was all on me. Didn't work
Okay.
out. If anyone wants to talk about revenge issues, I will give them a whole session about it. I'm not gonna say revenge isn't right. I'm saying you need to do it right.
Oh, where were you when I needed you? That part of my life is over, but tell them that I appreciate it.
Jacqueline says that she appreciates it.
Okay, Talzin, you need a session? Are you good?
I know how to do it right.
So, revenge. Let's go.
As you're just like, I know how to do it right. There's just like behind Samurai just looks over. Red flag.
Yeah, 100% red flag. Yeah. Cool, Talzin, we're going to have a chat later.
I don't think we will.
I think we will. As well, you need to know what your brother was doing, right?
Believe me, getting all the information out of him is what I plan to do. Every last bit of it.
To be fair, from what I've learned of the situation, I'm kind of on Talison's side. Nadia just like looks over.
Again, I'm
Thank
not saying
you.
revenge is bad. I'm saying you need to do it right, or else someone else can get hurt in the crossfire.
And I'm not saying revenge is bad. I'm just saying some people it might be good to have revenge against.
Look,
I don't agree with that. Some people do suck.
just because I'm thinking about making a magical gun.
Well, yeah,
doesn't
that's a
mean-
different thing, man. We're talking about a different thing.
Listen, magical guns don't work unless you make a deal with the magical devil, and then you have a magical dragon summon, and then you kill the magical evil thing.
So the harem
Well,
expert.
you.
Let's go, Kate.
Okay, so that's working.
Oh, well, moving now.
You guys easily catch up to Goblin
One sec.
Dealer because he's in
Kate
Goblin
needs to
Dealer
be
mode.
in a therapy outfit. There.
He's in goblin mode.
I should find Mafteal here somewhere. He's a magic gun thing.
There we go. Kate has changed to a therapy outfit.
Oh God. You just see as they're walking, they're just like pulling out from like a small bag, like a long ass fucking wig, and just pulling it
I'm
out.
like legitimately impressed with your ability to carry this stuff around and change mid-walk. I never, this is a completely honest thing I'm telling you, Kate. It's
You know,
Use the
impressive.
skill.
You know, I also gotta say, as far as I've seen, you practically have almost as many outfits as Riku had.
Yeah. It's nice to have that many outfits. Half of them was stolen.
I mean, I assumed.
Yeah, it's great. Remember the time where I stole this guy's whole outfit and then his girlfriend? Good times.
I remember that. It was really funny.
is good times. Got it.
No. That's not good advice. Don't listen to.
No, that's a good lesson. Steal sometimes, but sometimes don't.
No.
Riku, that's a grown ass woman. I think they're just fucking with you.
I know they're fucking with me, but also they're a grown ass child.
They're a grown-ass
They pay
child.
taxes apparently. No, I specifically
They
don't pay
don't.
taxes.
Yeah, I think she
Pay
specifically
taxes.
doesn't pay them.
I pay taxes. She doesn't.
You pay taxes?
There's a whole thing. I'm not gonna talk about it.
In this
Yeah, we
parallel?
didn't have taxes in the satellite. And I was there for not that long either.
I've slowly realized I'm just giving Susie money.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, I'm a good brother.
Look at resident satellite expert Otto over here. Spent a couple months in the satellite, think he knows everything about the satellite.
I mean, he was just like, I'm pretty sure somebody would have approached him if there were taxes.
You guys make your way. As you do, you find yourselves over in front of the judge man, who is at this point again just like back to like a tree, just over here, just sitting along the path, heading over toward the temple. As you guys get around to him, he just like is looking up like, what? Excuse me, you should go before I stand tall with my power.
Hey, big guy.
Hey, judge man.
Go on. I'll get you.
You seem like a very judgment-shaped tree.
Alright.
I am Gregor's friend Kate, harem expert. Also relationship advice.
Well, all right.
Now, sits down. What seems to be the problem?
No problem. Everything's fine.
No. You're hiding behind the tree.
I'm not hiding behind anything. I'm far too big for that.
What are you doing with a tree? Yeah, what are you doing there?
Gathering my thoughts in isolation.
That never works out very well. That's why I'm here.
I don't know how you can gather my thoughts for me.
Well, if you say them out loud, then they will be gathered because they're coming out of your mouth and going into her brain.
I don't think that's a grand idea, honestly. I
think it is. From what I've heard, you've been isolated for a very long time, even if you're not aware of it. So that could be the root of your issue beforehand. So let's take the first step.
You humans have heard, then.
I've heard some things, but I need to hear it from you.
I am missing a bit of information on my life, and I am currently
400 years worth, yeah.
a bit of information. Yes, it's a rather large bit.
Best policy. Large bit of information of your life missing. Yeah.
I have been told of events that have happened since those times, and I've realized that potentially my actions may have been linked to some sort of magical or some sort of self-induced curse or something on myself. At which point, whenever I was revived from your angelic presence that you had about you, I lost that part of me, and oddly enough, I still feel it.
Now, this is a common occurrence when you've been lucifered.
Sure,
Yeah.
man. That's a way to take
Listen, yeah. Well, we saw this with Apollo and Argo as well, so, you know, Kay is rolling with it. Yep, very common occurrence when this happens.
it.
Now, do you remember why you either curse yourself or were cursed?
I do not understand it. I remember having made my casino. I remember having laid claim to my small piece of the forest. I remember fleeing from the Great Sea as it was having its fall.
Okay, a question. Back to your casino. Before you lost your memory, was your casino successful or not?
I believe it was as successful as a isolated casino in a forest could be.
It sounds like it wasn't.
Yeah, that seems like the first core issue. Now, I believe what you did came from a place of goodness. You had a casino, you had a supportive wife with you there, and
you
were
see
trying
him as
to-
you bring that up, he's like, he invisibly shifts.
He had a supportive wife, yeah.
I'm using my words very careful. And you wanted to do anything to support her, correct?
Not only her, I had a lot of people under me at that point. I had many displaced elves around my employ. I had several people at my doorstep asking for aid, wishing for...
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Feeling of
I remember.
overwhelmness.
I remember one. A group of them, too, actually. It was an elf. They had brought me a human, or humanoid, or something. I felt that they were a spirit, but they were maybe something more. When they had brought them to me, the elf was in dire condition. He was dying. Something about being ripped from this world. Why is this the last memory I believe I had?
No, this is good. This is good.
There was a They were wearing armor, the elf. They were holding a blade. They brought the woman. I believe they referred to them as his master or something. They wanted me to give them aid. I don't...
Wait, did this elf have green hair?
Green. I believe it was a blondish. Though perhaps green in the light. I don't know. Who was it? I can't remember.
Does the name Elf Guardian ring a bell?
Elf Guardian. Maybe. It might have been them. Yes, I remember. They brought me this woman, and they had said that something had attacked or something had hurt them and they wished for me to be able to give aid to them. They said that they weren't long for the world, that they were disappearing, they were dispersing, something about the wound they had on them. He looks up, like, very slowly, staring toward where Gregor is. It reminds me of you. The wound that they had. It felt like a void on them. It felt like something that had pierced them that was almost sucking them away. Like a black hole. Something strange. I believe that swordsman, that elf, they had perished in the casino only a few short hours after being there. I don't remember what happened to the girl. I don't remember.
Was there something else there too?
Not at first, no. But I do remember he was afraid of something following them. I believe before it all transpired, before they were fully gone, I believe I sensed something else. You see his eyes go wide for a second. So that's what I did.
You figured it out?
What'd you do?
In order to drive out whatever that thing was, I evoked a taboo. I took from the power of the bonds that I had established. I took power from all of those who had swore themselves to me. And I believe I started to go mad.
Isn't kind of the same thing that happened to Genzo?
He looks over to you as you say that. Lord Genzo, you know of them.
Yeah, no, I know him.
Yeah, he kind of had this inhibitor thingy, but then it was taken off.
Yeah.
And then he started to go mad with power absorbing.
Yeah, he went crazy with power, and it
Wait,
was like
hold
a thing.
You wouldn't happen to have a gem or jewelry that you weren't familiar with.
He looks to himself as he does. A gem or a jewel that I...
Maybe on your teeth?
Hold on. You do see him stand up and make his way over toward the water. As, again, he seems to look into it. He opens his mouth. And as he does, he brings his large, muscular fingies inside of there. And you hear a...
Ooh.
As he seems to pull out a tooth from inside of his mouth.
Is it purple?
He brings it out as you guys see what appears to be not a tooth, but what appears to be a sharp gem-like object. One very similar to the one you guys had seen from behind the eye of Genzo. Only this one seems much larger and seemingly much more chaotic, much more expansive. It looks as if it's been there a lot longer.
So I guess we have some sort of explanation to you taking everyone's power. That gem is, in our world, referred to as the superfusion gem.
Yeah.
Or a synthetic one at that, if it's similar. But it also looks older.
Yeah, that looks like it's been for a while. I mean, if it's in 400
Which
years,
makes sense.
You know.
Superfusion.
They both would have been, actually.
Yeah, super fusion gem.
I have never heard of the superfusion gem, but I have heard of the term superfusion before. It is a powerful dark spell of black magic. This is not the
And so
correct
calm.
music. I'm gonna change. We'll do this one. I like this one. It was a powerful spell of dark magic. It was created in the depths of the netherworld. Whenever an entire tribe of peoples they had wished to defend themselves, they became one through usage of it, through sacrifice. It was forbidden, another taboo.
But you said you used the taboo, correct?
I would never use that. The superfusion technique, it is one of the only types of magic in any world that fully combines a creature with another, usually destroying one or both of them permanently in the process. Spirits are born in this world. They are reborn and they are changed. They are brought together. But they are never gone, truly. There will always be a chance of that spirit returning. With the superfusion technique, they would, one or both of them, cease to be, at least in the state that they were.
What if the technique was incomplete in your case? Leaving just the gem. Same with Jinzo.
He brings the tooth up to his eye. I do not know. All that I know is that I can't fully blame my actions on this. If I activated it, well, whether knowingly or not, I am still the one who terrorized my people and lost my love. He holds it down toward all of you. I wish it be gone from me.
Yeah, I can hold it. I got the special glove.
A special handling glove.
You are the ones who had saved me, not only myself, but all those within my charge. You are also the one that saved this place, my original home, the Great Sea. And I believe, from what people have told me, you have also saved the home of the elves. I do not think that I could think of a single group of individuals more trustworthy with this power.
I can't imagine there are many others out there that are doing what we're doing anyway. At least for good reasons.
Know this, humans. I do not know exactly the extent, the fullness of the superfusion gem that this has become. But I will say, there has only been one time that the superfusion technique was ever used for what we would understand to be good. And that was when the ruler of this place was fused into the very worlds itself, becoming essentially a life that fed into and kept going, allowing for the three realms of the spirit world to exist in harmony. Please, if this truly is something that's being exploited or done something with, 400 years on my side, I believe, would have been in the Black Forest around abouts, almost even a lifetime for you. I fear that you face something that has been preparing far longer than each of you have been alive. Please be careful.
We will.
And I'm sorry for anything that I may have done to impede or attack any of you.
I will find a way to do right. If not by you, by everyone else I see in the future.
You gonna go on one of those journeys too?
I believe that it would be wise if I made my way away, allowed for those who were hurt by me to heal, give my place that I built for them off to my previous lover, and find myself in a different place in the spirit world.
I will say, it won't be easy for you. However, you do have to keep in mind, some people might be willing to stick for you after hearing what has happened. And you should allow them to go on that journey with you.
I do not wish to...
Isolation doesn't help anyone.
I do not wish to burden any of those that I have hurt with my own sob story.
It's not a sob story, it's the truth. And people can decide.
You would have a kindred spirit with Jinzo, if you ever come across him.
That is not a bad idea.
Mhm.
If I do find Lord Jinzo out there, I believe I could always find something with them. I believe that I could always see them as at least an ally to speak with, someone who's gone through something similar to my own.
You see him close his eyes for a second. As he does, he raises up the two maces that he has in his hands. You see for a moment that a bit of a red and blue energy seems to course through his hands. Finally, from one of the maces, it seems to glow outward with a red kind of energy.
He is heading out, potentially to the Beast Gear world or the Red Desert. I will find my way there.
If you're going to the Red Desert, I think I overheard a few spirits going that direction.
I would ask that you all be careful. If there was someone out there gunning for me, as well as my friend Lord Jinzo, there is no doubt in my mind that others of similar strength out there have been attacked as well. I hope that you do not have meet them. But also, I hope that you do. If you are able to save them from their own torment as you have me, perhaps they can live with themselves a bit longer.
Shut up, Voices Without Reasons. You don't know shit.
Just remember that one thing done soul stitching.
Sorry. Anyway.
Y'all have it. That one came from the heart. What the fuck happened there? That wasn't like a shut up. That was like a shut up.
Riku.
Don't piece shit together. Anyway, keep going.
Riku, dude.
You're not supposed to do that.
I mean, we never really, because he was killed. Do you think the Netherworld King may have had one of these superfusion gems?
That is a probable good question. Hey, Judge Man. You and the Netherrealm King, were you guys friends, acquaintances, buddies?
I do not believe I've ever met the Netherworld King. In my time, at least back then, the Netherworld was still separate from the world here in the elemental planes. Recently, I believe that we have been able to traverse back and forth in that direction, but at least from what I understand, there doesn't appear to be any connection between myself and them.
Just before we say anything else, what did you know of him beforehand? Like, with your limited knowledge?
Of the Netherworld King, you're asking?
Yeah, what did he know about the Netherrealm King? Just so I can be like, do the personalities match up?
I believe I understand them to be one that rules over the netherworld. I know that they were averse to any kind of fighting. The more I think on it, the more I realize how little I do know of this person.
I mean, you know the adversity to fighting, so I doubt it was the gem.
I would look elsewhere for any sort of history there. Though, I can help you look in the right direction. I know one other, one that was a friend of my own and Lord Jinzo. They were a warrior, one that had traversed this place back in its glory days, one that was able to bring order to the entire sea. They were a friend. I believe in your Duel Monsters game, you would refer to them as the Deep Sea Warrior. He is essentially a king or a warrior king of these people. If there is anyone that would have a similar power to mine and Lord Jinzo, it would be him.
Got it.
Perhaps he can point you into the direction of another, or even Lord Jinzo himself might be able to. I, unfortunately, have no other ideas of who could be in a similar boat.
That's still good.
The last I heard, when the shattering happened, they got lost from this place. Most likely they would be in either the Beast Gear world, or potentially in the Red Desert, or maybe even in the Megarock Desert, for all I know. But they are not in the Black Forest, nor are they here in the Great Sea.
He looks around toward the people about him.
I believe I will speak to my... to Miss Judge before I depart.
Okay, we'll look at him while he says that. That's a good first step, yeah? You're allowed to be happy too, eventually.
You see him look over in your direction, Kate. You do find that he seems to close his eyes, take in like a deep breath like in his nose, and like look back to you guys. For a moment, you guys do see just a welling up of emotion go over him, as if he's barely holding himself together. But he does seem to give a slight smile in your guys' direction before a single tear rolls down his face. He turns quickly enough and starts making his way slowly toward the others.
Stay safe, man!
Yep, take care.
As he walks away, you do see out of everybody here, there is a very much visible just sense of anger on the face of Pitt in particular, as they are looking over just like, oh, this is fucked up. I mean, like totally.
No, talk your mind, what's up?
Whoever the fuck is doing this to these guys? That's fucked up.
Yep.
It really is.
Ruin the whole person's life.
It's ruined several people's lives at this point.
Yep.
And knowing that price is involved, we need to know where he got the fucking gems.
I mean,
Because they're in our
I could
world
really...
being used on us.
Yeah, that's the thing that's been weird with that.
He said this thing has been hitting his world more than our lifetimes. So, whoever set this up must have been doing it for years.
I was talking to Mystical Elf and Dark Elf and such a bit ago, and they mentioned that like all these like it's usually like kind of the same group of people trying to do experiments here forever and ever. Maybe less than that, but you know, in my lifetime at least.
I think my grandmother might know something, possibly. If you suggest they are the same people.
Well, from what we're talking, that seems to be kind of what's going on.
All I know is taking advantage of people in situations like that fucking sucks.
Yeah, that's.
I had
really
enough
rough.
of that stuff when we were with the crawlers.
Yep. Yep.
They will maneuver over to Gregor and pick up their security Gregor in their hands.
And I pick her up and I hug her and I give her a little kiss.
They
Don't
just have
worry,
their
don't worry.
security Gregor in their hands so they don't crush something.
Don't worry, my girl. I'll take care of you.
And then takes off the jacket and shirt, and we see the picture I drew.
Hey, put the
Hey, nah, hey, nah, hey, nah.
Hey, no, not in front of everyone.
Wait.
Riku will look to Grace. You good?
There's definitely some things going on, especially. Can I bring up something weird?
Go ahead.
Is it weird that all this stuff is really bringing up some Willen shit?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
He was
right.
always talking about like the great Leviathan and shit.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
Isn't that weird? Was it a coincidence?
Really is.
Yeah.
I don't
Believe
think
me,
it was
I
a
am-
coincidence.
I'm also noting that there's a lot of great Leviathan talk, and now she has those cards from what I heard.
Return of Willen.
And like all the rare hunters were all about it too, but I think a lot of them were mostly playing pretend with that.
That's the problem. Grace looks over at you guys as they look to Pitt, who at this point, Gregor, you see is again holding you in a very much just position. You go to try to give hugs and kisses and it's hard.
She making it hard for me.
But Grace looks over. One thing we learned after you guys disappeared, a lot of people that we brought with us, a lot of people in the crawlers and a lot of people in the harbormen, they seem to immediately bail. As well as a lot of people in the rare hunters. From what people started thinking, it was just sort of people rushing off to maybe live their own lives, but
There's
we got
a chance.
constantly raided afterwards. We lost our first sort of base, which hit Mars and Susie pretty hard because they kept on trying to dig out Bitcoin, you know? But we got raided almost immediately after those guys left. Hit said that some of them were friends that she had in the crawlers. I didn't really keep to anybody. The only friends I really had was Willen before you guys picked me up. So it just felt really weird after everything. Mars seemed to think that if somebody did sneak in to the satellite to put those bombs in, they most likely needed help. And we're pretty sure those guys were the help.
That unfortunately makes sense. Ugh. Nothing's ever simple.
But at that point, it's the why of it. It doesn't make much sense to just blow it up for no reason, right?
I mean, either they know they could leave, or they're also part of a cult.
I mean,
So
one thing that you and Otto know, especially, is the fact that there was apparently plans for a new satellite.
They're gonna make a new one, baby.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that little flyer we saw at the end.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that rumor.
the new satellite flyer that we found after everything, which also didn't make sense
They
that
made
it
a
was already
flyer?
made. Yeah, it was on the satellite, saying
That's
about how the
crazy.
satellite perished before it
Like
perished.
Memorial Day, apparently.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
I mean, did anyone in Neil Domino care?
There's
There was a lot
apparently
of,
there's apparently memorials and stuff, but they didn't really talk to us about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's for show.
They kind of just had a big cry about it and swept it under the rug, basically, on social media, as far as I saw.
If they really cared, they would have solved the satellite issue a long time ago.
I went to the I went to the memorial a couple times. No one I directly knew, but you know, some people I did know in the past, all that kind of stuff.
People did get thrown in there for basically any reason after a while, right?
They sure did.
Now, it was kind of unceremonious when they told us. I was like, well, we're changing plans. So it's kind of what they told us when we were there. Prison, I mean, but you know.
Unfortunately, what I'm trying to say is the satellite blowing up isn't going to be a big deal for people who can just leave.
Yeah, and the
They're
big
willing to
thing.
plant-
Go ahead.
And if they're willing to plant explosives and kill all those people, then, well, you have to be really twisted, don't care, or have a sick sense of humor. All things that Yama has.
And the big
Oh,
thing
yeah,
that
he
came to
liked it
mind
way
with
too
me was if people out there were like Willin and they actually did believe in this great Leviathan stuff, they probably would have been here helping take that power, if not for everything, right? Maybe they were a part of this cult that
Did
attacked
you
here.
Can
You
you
can't all be the same guys, right?
hold up, guys? Did you figure out the names of people you were dueling?
Like what name?
I have an encyclopedic knowledge of people who've been in the satellite for some reason.
I can read you the names that are in the gods.
Sure, I'll ask if Dika will let me roll.
People here. Oh, you're trying to see if any of these were from the satellite?
Yeah.
Let's see here. The names that are read out to you from the cards are cumin, pepper, salt, oregano,
Oregano is
Vane,
a satellite name.
Vane,
as well.
Mikey,
That's so satellite.
Nike,
Nike as
Stain,
well, that's satellite.
Captain
That's satellite as fuck.
Parasect.
That's super satellite.
Clough.
Not gang affiliated.
There's
Okay, not really.
Rom, Kevin,
Okay, Kevin's satellite. Kevin's
Center.
So satellite. Yeah.
Canis,
Midwest.
Canis,
Okay.
Rare Hunter, L Ration plus no maidens.
Okay, that sounds like familiar.
Nameless Joe.
Okay, Nameless Joe has to be from the satellite.
You do. I will say, because I did take some of these people specifically from there, but not all of them, because obviously the ones that you guys named are the ones in here. One or two of these might be satellite people. You don't know. As you look at them, give me a just a straight d20. This is luck.
Yeah, let's do the roll. Riku roll. Riku, 18.
I would say, as you look among them, we'll probably say that you were right about Vane.
Oh,
You're probably right about maybe Mikey and Nike.
You used to be definitely right about Nameless Joe. That is the most satellite name.
Nameless
to, like,
Joe,
all the
yeah.
things you
We'll
wrote
say
in.
yeah for Nameless Joe. They were a satellite, or they were definitely a crawler.
That's a crawler, yeah.
And of course,
Riku,
Kevin. That's just an
I'll call
obvious
Kevin.
name that's just an obvious satellite name.
All
Looking
Kevins.
through the cards and it's like, okay, these don't look familiar. Fucking Vane, really? Really? Okay, who else? Mikey, Nike. Oh yeah, they're tag duelists. Not good, but they're tag duelists.
So,
Nameless Joe. Okay, I thought he.
I always thought the name was
Oh,
kind
I
of
know
an
that guy.
oxymoron.
Yeah, he wasn't in a gang, but like he also kind of was. He was just around.
He just sort of walked around with a lot of people. Like,
Yeah.
eventually he found a jacket, and we just,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
We included him.
Then Riku looks at the last cat. Okay, that's Kevin. Yeah. Yeah. Cool, we don't talk about Kevin.
Kevin, he was from my area.
Something happened.
Let me put like
Kevin
this,
Kevin went to jail for fucking heinous shit and went to the satellite.
Kevin stabbed the guy. What are you talking about?
Kevin was born in the satellite.
Kevin
went
was
to
a
jail,
human
came back.
trafficker.
Kevin is the reason why there was a whole separate facility for women.
Oh fuck!
God.
Oh fuck, Kevin!
We got rid of gendered prison so long ago.
We thought Kevin
I
died.
heard some stories in prison, but I didn't think it was that bad.
We thought Kevin died. We threw him into the pit.
Yeah, I thought Kevin died.
By the way, there's a pit in the satellite. It was big.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it was like falling apart.
Well, I think if you're surrounded by water, anything's a pit.
I don't know, like it was like a big explosion pit, like a big circular pit.
A
Oh.
lot of people
There was a
killed
pit
Kevin
and it
at
wasn't her. Hi.
Riku just says, a lot of people said they killed Kevin at that pit. So like, was he haunted by the pit?
I renamed myself Pit after we sacrificed Kevin to the pit.
Really? Are you sure that's not just a joke?
Look.
It was a good day.
Actually.
It was a good day that Kevin was gone.
It's kind of badass, actually, I admit.
Man, I'm going.
In fact, my name day is soon.
I'm going to give you back all these cards apart from Kevin. Kevin deserves like under the spirit world.
We're burying Kevin under.
This guy's like a human trafficker.
We're burying Kevin under the netherworld.
One sec, can you call Shova for me? I need to talk to him.
What's
I guess. Yeah, hold on.
Wait.
You guys hear a rumbling from the temple off to your side.
Okay,
Yeah,
all
we should
right. We're not
go.
supposed. I think God is angry at us. We need to move.
We should
Listen,
go.
If we explain Kevin to God, I'm sure they'll understand.
I don't think we should. She will do divine punishment, and I don't know.
You know what? Let's have a conversation with God, and then we can, after we're done, we can be like, God, do you like this
Listen,
guy?
let's-
She can be like, no or
You know-
yes. And if she says no, we can bury him. All
You
right,
know-
let's move.
Kevin was Willen's best friend.
Okay, that makes sense.
You're almost
That
a
guy's name is
victim.
way too close to the word villain. I'm not gonna lie.
That's why you picked it.
That's why he picked it.
You know, at some point I'll say what I was gonna say
Go ahead,
later.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
No, you better now. You have to. We're not moving.
Go for it.
So the fact that they, got together and blew the satellite and they had a flyer about it means they probably have one of the mayors under their thumb,
Oh yeah.
basically.
Oh yeah.
Which, who knows, maybe that was just a favor to him. And it was not as related to everything.
What do you mean
that great to
one
think
of the
about?
mayors? What do you mean like, oh, it could be any mayor that has any association with the satellite?
Well, the big thing is there is only one mayor who is over the satellite, the Great Respecter.
And
It could have
he
been
can't be
him.
a suspect.
Why?
Because
Why? Just because he fought against the cult that's doing all of this?
Yep.
Yeah, he fought against those fucking Harriman who should have been aware that if he was helping them do anything, not to touch him.
It's really
He's
weird.
literally now the
He's the only
one
man
not
we can
suspect.
trust.
It's really weird how out of all of the people, the one in charge of the satellite, the one who would have gained the most from it, is not on a suspect list. Wow,
It's crazy.
whoever did that was a fucking literary genius. Anyway, let's keep going.
You're welcome, Deco. I wanted to point that out because I realized it.
No, good work. Good storytelling.
Let's get these fucking dead bodies out of here for a second. Oh yeah, you would have seen also Middles, Nut, Deez, and Crumbully.
Crumbully definitely a satellite.
Yeah, Campbell is definitely a satellite guy. He's actually German.
He made sure to put bully in his name. He's so that he wouldn't get bullied. It didn't work.
He was a victim.
Oh no. You guys. Oh no.
No.
You guys move yourselves up to the temple area. As you do, I'm gonna move the sexy Gregor picture for a sec. I'm gonna move it over here. But as you moved your way toward the temple, you find yourselves getting closer and closer to the section that is the large seal upon the ground. As you guys step here, Riku, as soon as you in particular make step onto here, followed by Benny, as soon as you make in particular make step onto here, you do find that the area below does seem to have a very, very faded green, seemingly pulsing throughout the cracks in the stonework. Kate, you would immediately recognize this. Benny, you would as well, as the seal that was being placed, or that was being played by the professor that was here. Or not the seal that he played, the one that he was messing with, yeah.
Like this, just the bee's knees.
At least he's gone.
Yeah.
And I
shall we move
suppose I should
forward?
thank you for that.
Oh.
You feel a deep voice, both with a very deep guttural sound to it, with a undertone of a feminine sound to it, coming from the doorway in front of you. As you do, you see a small amount of movement in the darkness, looking back at you, piercing eyes, not only from one section of them, but from countless things coming from all over, as if there are many different beings there.
Welcome, visitors.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, it's really nice. Really nice. We appreciate it.
That one. The one that just spoke.
Hi.
That's
you are
Gregor.
the one that vanquished the usurper.
The phenomenon. Yeah, that was me.
Then you are the one.
You guys see the rumbling happening from all around. As you do, the leaves upon the trees shake, the stones beneath you shift, as coming out, much smaller than you would expect, but still very large, a woman that is completely adorned about them in twisted, twirling snakes, seems to bring themselves. As you do, you also see, looking over the side of here, because I 100% they would be here, bloop, your boy.
It's your boy.
It's your boy.
It's your boy.
As Venom Boa would be looking off and about from the side. You would also see, looking out from one of the tears in the area about here, you would see...
Yay!
She is.
We love her. She's great.
I have heard the story from those present here of how you have made your way in here and how you have used your power and your ingenuity to save the people of the Phantasm as well as us of the Venom tribe. You have my
Job.
amusement, humans.
That's pretty. I think it's good. We appreciate the amusement.
Yeah, that's when you want amusement.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I have many questions. First,
Well, go ahead.
those people who came here.
The ones who had phenomenon under their thumb. The ones who made their way behind me in my absence into the labyrinth of shadow. Whomst are they?
They're a cult. One of them's the Witcher Darklight. The other,
Yeah, we know that one.
yeah, guy called Jammer, blonde, evil, sadistic as fuck. And then Patch, he's kind of like a dealer.
When I returned
What a
here,
human.
I had realized that there was many presences behind, though they will not be able to return the same way that they had exited. They will remain in that place behind me for the end of their days if they do not find another way. But I am angered. There was a sacrifice dealt in my absence, one that I did not approve of.
The sacrifice?
There was one that was done.
The seal
Stop
here,
the
right?
one that.
They spread their arms outward as if to silence all of you, their arms being snakes.
Okay.
As they do, you see several cards spread out in front of them, landing upon the seal below you. As you see the visages not only of what appears to be Iratu and Shuri, but also of the weapons they hold and the ones that originally would have wielded them.
These girls and the essences that they held, I found them slain inside my den. And I found the remnants of sadness, confusion, all of the essences of a sacrifice, the feelings that one would normally do. These girls were not killed for any reason, from what I found. They did not need to die in here. And whenever that feeling, that divinity washed over this place that brought me back from the brink, I felt that a similar feeling came over them, though their bodies, unlike mine, were not reformed. I know of these women, and I am angry. I don't know them personally, but I know of their trial, and I know of their charge. They hold great weapons, ones that have the spirits of old, these beings that can only exist for them, the Guardians. Yet, I find them slain. Not only do I find them slain, but I find the essences that they held, the things that I would think would be the reason behind their death, discarded. These girls were not killed for their weapons, nor for the essences of the creatures that they protect. They were killed, from what I can find, to be no reason. I do not allow these kinds of sacrifices inside of my temple. The only sacrifices inside of my temple that are ever allowed are that of necessity.
We understand, however, something was taken out of them. It may not have been their core or their weapons, but something was taken out.
Taken out?
It took the shape of like an orb.
Their hearts.
You You are saying then that these women were killed not because of the charge they held, the mission that they had, but for them.
For them. They're hot.
4 out of 6, right?
4 out of 6. There's 2 more that we need to find and protect.
There are 8 in total. These women hold the essences of guardians. Gnarl, Bow, Trice, Elma, Kyest, Seal, Dreadscythe, Iatos. These are beings that once roamed these lands, above, below, and here. Beings of the most loyal knights that these realms have ever seen. Ones that paid the ultimate sacrifices and were given their limited immortality because of what they give. And now, you tell me that 4 of those guardians now no longer walk because of these people taking something completely removed from them, that they were not even the ones that were targeted.
These people are attempting to find way to the higher planes, and it seems their method is using the Shadow Road and them. Their hearts, or whatever it is. Their core. I don't know what to call it.
The Shadow Road behind me could, in theory, bring a person to the higher planes. A labyrinth has an exit. But I do not see it possible, not for those who do not have way of traversing. Why did they do it?
You said they were from all planes, right? The spirits.
These guardians, these ancient people, these heroes, they were from all walks of life, all peoples, all types. Some from the higher planes, some from the lower, some from here in the elemental planes. Nothing mattered to them and their order except for strength and the ability to do what they set out to do. Their loyalty to one another was legendary. Legendary enough for we, the gods of these worlds, to give them their reward. It is not for those who are unrelated to take away from them.
And we understand. We want to
I
stop
am
those
not
people.
here to put you all in a position of fear. You do not have to have any fear of me. Please do not think that I will do anything, lash out at you. I am just...
We understand.
There is no words. There is no words that have ever been uttered in my presence that would explain the depths of my hatred. Yet I'm the weakest I've ever been in my existence. All thanks to them, thanks to Phenomenon for taking from me. I am in a position of helplessness, nothingness, even. That I couldn't even for a moment think of taking my revenge. Please, I would ask that some of you take these girls here. Take them and their charges. Keep them close. They may have already had their essences stolen. But I do believe that, like me, they are healed. They just need help.
Of course.
The one thing that I can do, since I see them in front of me as peoples who had given themselves to these great knights, is I can spread this blessing that I have allowed for them, that they have given from this divinity that had given me my new life. I can spread that power outwards. I will use the divinity inside of me, given to me by your actions, to hopefully give protection to the remainder of these girls, but also aid in these girls awakening once more.
That sounds good.
It does not sound good. You
It
see
doesn't?
Boa sort of reaching down, looking over. They are willing to give up the blessing that you have given them, their life.
Oh, that does not sound good.
You have a lot in you to be able to talk back, Boa. Take these girls. What I do with my own blessings is none of any of your business.
Okay, we'll look to the other guys. Does any of you have one of those juices, maybe?
I got nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, Sano, Otto, yeah.
Oh, those guys are. I continue.
You got any of those juices?
Not
Drinks?
that I know of.
Fresh out.
Damn.
I say this as to not have you have any interaction with it. I say this as something that will come to pass. If I did have anything left in me, I would use it as well. So again, take them.
I guess I'll grab them out.
Yeah, all right. I'll just grab. We can divvy it up later to the most
We can divvy
proficient.
it up
I'll just
later.
yeah.
Yeah.
I have never thought that an event that would last little more than a couple of days would fill me with more rage than I have ever felt. This perversion of the gifts that we have given forward, of the mission that these girls took upon themselves, I have never felt more hatred for these people or this world. If I had my full power, I do not know what I would do.
Is there a way for you to get your full power?
Phenomenon took it, and they used it in their fight against Gregor. Not only that, they were too stupid to realize that they were standing in the midst of a trap. As I'm sure you saw afterward, those spirits that were there, they were sucked downwards into the shadows. Some of them, I'm sure.
Yeah, a couple.
The same thing happened to the remains of Phenomenon. The power that he took from me is no longer. They have it.
No.
Luckily, taking that kind of power into the Shadow Labyrinth is foolish. My power alone cannot overpower what that place is, so it would have been diminished considerably. But it is there nonetheless. My only hope is that my power being there heals some of the fabric of the shattering that is around here. perhaps even doing some good for the borderlands. I brought you all here to ask you if you had any information. To know that they are as mysterious to you as they are to me is frustrating.
Yeah, we don't know a lot.
Yeah. What we do know is that some of them seem to be from a fractured version of our world. The fracturing wasn't just here.
Yes, that is true.
Reality is like...
Do you know of the creature that is here? The one that was brought here by the Trinity, cast a spell upon it to have itself be the roads between worlds. The Great Leviathan.
Right. I was gonna mention that. This is probably still a pale imitation, but she'll bring out the maximum monster.
Yes, that one. The Great Leviathan was a beast rivaling any of those divine beasts that existed before it, or any that existed after. It was able to interweave itself with all worlds. The spiritual, the material, and everything in between. It is frustrating, but when the shattering happened, it was not limited to the spirit world. The shattering affected all worlds connected by the Great Leviathan. There are those who can traverse it, those who can manipulate it. But they are supposed to be few and far between. The handful that I thought was able to do that. There were more than that was just here today.
Yeah, if that was supposed to be like a small number of people, then there's more.
I do not know how or why any of this happened. But what I do know is that it does not bode well for any world. I am here if you have any question. But now that I know what I will do, I would like to get to it as quick as I can. So please.
You said you'll be gone after you do this, correct?
I will. And I will say the new leader in my absence will be Venomenok.
What?
Congrats on your promotion.
Boa. You are the only one that can take over for me. Phenomenon would have been on that list before you, but I know now that I chose wrong. Only you, Phenomenok. Only you can be the next leader of the Venom tribe.
I believe I refuse that position. It does not suit me.
I do not care what happens to our people after this. Should you choose to not do it, that is on you. If our people disperse, if our people leave, or if our people die, I have made my decision.
Foolish one.
But mine nonetheless. Any other questions?
You may know this, maybe you don't. I have no idea. Do you know of any methods that can awaken a signer?
A signer? It is usually about their own awakening, but I do sense that there is at least one among you. And some of the others have had interaction with them. To awaken the power of a signer is difficult, especially from the outside. But not impossible. I can already sense that. The both of you who stand before me, the both signers that I sense, you have been manipulated in the past. The two of you who stand before me, you should already be awoken.
They look for a moment around the entirety of you before their eyes do seem to single out specifically Taliesin and Nadia.
Yep.
Once a signer awakens to their full potential, they can do just about anything. That being said, seems to me that when the two of you have done your awakening, the power that you released was used. I do not know for what. I believe you are Taliesin and Nadia. The two of you. The two of you do not originate from here.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean, you have been told. I know at least one of you here has, maybe more, of the origins of the powers of the signers.
They look to Riku, Otto, and Sano.
Have you not?
We have, yes.
We have.
The Crimson Dragon, one of the other deities, far outstretching my own power, had created these bonds between the signers. And when they left, when the shattering happened, it did not just shatter their world, but it also scattered the remnants of them. The signers should be among those shattered worlds. The fact that there are two of them right here in front of me means that they are starting to gather back into one world.
Wait, so whenever I asked to be in a different place.
That was your power. Through your power, whoever channeled your ability brought you to a different world. For what reason? Perhaps it was the easiest way to do your wish, or perhaps it was just a side effect of it. But the both of you are from a different shattered world.
Fucking course I am.
There are differences with every shattered world in your plane. There are small differences to large differences, but essentially, different things can happen. There could be different names of people, first or last. There could be different effects of cards. There could be different spirits connected to a person. There could be different places entirely. You may even find that your family ties are different, depending on which position you are in. In one world, you are one person. In the next, depending on how you got there, you could be completely different. The only way to traverse the shattered worlds of your plane is with the power similar to that of the Crimson Dragon. As such, it may be the only way to bring those shattered worlds together. To what purpose? I have no idea. There are 6, to my knowledge. There should always be 6 signers. But after the shattering, each world should only have 1. Yet from what I feel staring at all of you, I can sense the power of 4 separate signers. Maybe even 5.
Should be 5. Mall Street, Piper, these 2 should be 5.
Then there is only 1 remaining, whether it is this world or the next. I wouldn't worry too much on that one, though. I believe that final one is out of the grasp of anyone. For that one left with the Crimson Dragon. Which means that all remaining signers are now together in one world. I don't know what that can mean.
You said it was easier on the inside to awaken, I guess? Or I guess reawaken?
If you're asking for how to access that power, desperation. If you do not fully know how to control it yourself, perhaps it will activate on its own, but for you, I can sense intent behind your words. No one can awaken it but you. You have to learn what aspect of you is being enhanced by your powers of a signer. And you will train that aspect. You will mold yourself to fit whatever that is. And once you can find it in yourself, grip on to that feeling and never let it go. That is the advice I have for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The last piece of advice I'll give you is that, signer or not, you are not invincible. And if you die, perhaps there's another Taliesin out there that was meant to be. Or perhaps it was meant to be that you never had that, and wherever it goes at that point, who knows? I don't know why the 5 of you are now together in one world, but I would be cautious of the intent behind it. We could all sit here and say that it is a happy coincidence that the 5 of you now exist in a place without the one that gave you that power. But I think that we're all adults here, and we know that something like that does not happen by accident. Also, before I forget for the second or third time upon looking down and seeing it,
the god stares toward the camera.
Eric Erickson, thank you for the $300 an hour ago.
Hey, thank you.
Oh yeah, been meaning to do this. +5 to beat down. Thank you very much.
God bless.
Bless. God bless.
I'm sorry, Eric Erickson. I noticed it like 30 minutes ago, and I was gonna say something, but we were getting to the Judge Man thing, and then I noticed it like 15 minutes ago. We're just now starting this, and then I just noticed it again. I'm like, I'm gonna keep putting it off unless I fucking say it right now. Thank you very much. We will give those over to Beatdown immediately.
He's technically an ally. We should get some gold.
Yeah. I'll give you guys some heckin' tokens for that. He's an ally. I wouldn't even consider him technically an ally. I think he's just an ally.
Yeah, like he's chill now.
It took stabbing him.
He did have 30 years.
All you had to do was stab him and then just not let him die after that.
He's had 3 years to clean up his act. It's fine.
You guys haven't had any tokens for so long. There you go. There's a lot of them.
Thank you. Yay, finally.
Riku will look at the Venomega and just ask, you say signers have abilities to change things, and well, we've heard about it. I think I died during my duel. Was I moved or affected by the signer? I met the other one, the Crimson Devil.
Ah, yes. The other side of the coin.
Apparently what I'm made of.
So they are coming into play then. Very interesting. I do not know what the devil is doing, nor what the other devil that just gave me my life is doing. But what I can say is this. I doubt they are the threat you have to worry about. They are like you, Taliesin. The Crimson Devil is a one that has been completely consumed by their want and need. And no matter what anyone would go to tell them otherwise, they will continue to go forward toward one solution. I am not here to say whether that is a good or a bad thing. What I will say is that when something happens like that, we will see the end. It usually does not end in a ripple, but in a wave. Will it be a wave that takes out the rest of those affected? That will be up to you. And Riku, I do feel the power within you that you speak. That has always been in the lineage that I believe you are from. But for you, the lesson that I believe that has not been learned here has been learned by you. I believe they must have given you quite the talking to when you should have died. The only thing that would have stopped that from happening was the power of a signer. You should feel happy that you have friends like that that would do that for you.
Oh yeah.
As I mentioned, the Crimson Dragon and the Crimson Devil are on a completely different level than a god like me. Especially now. But I do understand some things of how they think. I don't know why the Crimson Dragon did what they did to shatter all these worlds. But I suppose the most rational thought does not start to come from you in your madness. As I've already mentioned to you what I plan to do after this. Perhaps they truly did not mean to shatter the worlds as they left, or they shattered them for a reason. I fear we only have a short time left to figure that out. Humans. What is it you plan to do now?
Yeah. Head to Beastgear world and probably back to our world. There's some stuff on our end we need to sort out.
Yeah, there's a couple people who are hurt after all of this that we need to look after. And some people to ask questions about. Yeah.
You should. This is not something that can be solved in a day. This is something that can only be figured out after much thought and deliberation. Before I do what I plan to do, whether it sends me away from these planes or not, whether I lose up everything you have given or not, I will contact those that I can, and I will see if I can prepare them for any arrival of any stalwart humans out there. I will let them know of the plight that I have felt here, and hopefully, the next place that has something like this happen will be willing to call out for help before it's too late this time. Finally, do not think that you can easily traverse the Shadow Labyrinth. You will need preparation. And more than that, you will need a way to find the exit. You may be thinking when I tell you Shadow Labyrinth that it's like a maze inside of a silly little book. But I'll tell you this one thing, humans, something that you should remember. Mazes have multiple exits. A labyrinth is meant to keep you inside. There's far more at play than just finding the exit. If you wish to get to the higher planes that way, you had better hope that you have something else. Something more of a plan than that.
They raise their hand, and as they do, all of you feel a strange sensation go over your dual discs. As you do, you find that the slot that is usually meant for your dual AI seems to shine outward. And for those of you who never had a dual AI before, Riku, Otto, the rest, you feel that position on your dual disc seems to open up to you.
This is new.
The power that I have just bestowed is the knowledge of what is happening around you. This section that you've been using, it has been hindered. You do not know the power that we have over your game. You have power over us, but we have power over you as well. I give you the knowledge of the Deckmaster. A Deckmaster is exactly what you feel it to be. A spirit, a power, a card that changes up everything that it is connected to, that empowers everything it is connected to. I give you this, humans. The power of a true asset.
Guys, not only have you just been informed that your Duel AI spot is now your Deckmaster spot,
Hey, I love me learning things.
but
No way!
But you are also going to be gaining a boon.
Hey.
Oh my god, a boon! I love boon.
Before you duel, similar to how you guys have been doing with your Destiny draw, you are going to also be able to choose one other card whenever you go about things. This other card we will stack under here. For example, if we look over here at Aaron's area, let's say this is their Deckmaster. You will put another card beneath it. That card will be a card from your deck, and at any time during the duel, you can use a duel point to draw that card.
Oh.
This card has to have a keyword or an attribute or type. Basically, it has to have some connection to your Deckmaster.
Okay.
So if you have Lamoon the Bright
okey-dokey.
Witch, you can get something that is a witch card, a light card, a spellcaster card, a fairy card, a Valkyrie, a Harpy, or an Amazoness. But you can't
So
get...
let's say if I did this.
Yeah. But you can't
Okay.
get something like a tuner.
Gotcha.
You can't get
So-
something like a 1200 monster. You can't get something like a 1700 monster. Has to be something that shares a keyword, an attribute, or a type. And again, tuner is technically not a type. It is a card.
Oh.
That way you can't grab like a usurper, for example, as well.
So you mean I could have a funny overroad.
My
Depending on the
beautiful
card?
road.
Yeah, Gradius.
Is,
Machine and light.
well, this isn't a Deckmaster.
He's not a deck master?
No.
No, I can't have him be deck master.
No.
You can have synchros like Deckmasters.
You can have Gradius as your Deckmaster and then have something connected to Gradius.
Yeah.
Oh wait, here we go.
There you go. Yeah.
You're doing so good.
If you had Blue Eyes, for example, and again, the game will catch up with itself, you could have anything that is a Blue Eyes card or a maybe even a white card. You can get a dragon card because that is a type. You can get an Outer World legendary dragon card, anything like that. But again, you can't choose a normal monster. You can't choose an 8-star monster or a 3000 monster. It has to be a type, attribute, or keyword.
Gotcha.
We will get into that later on.
Yeah, we have
And
time.
you guys feel that you have obtained this new power. Your Deckmasters have been enhanced. You're not sure if that means everyone's Deckmasters is enhanced, but this was a god that did it, so who knows?
Now, if there's nothing else,
There's one more question. If that's all right. It's a short one.
of course, I have no rush to what I am doing. I know that sounded like I had a rush, but I don't. That wasn't sarcastic.
I figured the rush was supposed to be more angry than you get the point. Are we sure the last signer is not anywhere?
I have never been more sure of anything. I was there. The power of the great Leviathan, I've always been connected to it. I was there the day the Crimson Dragon left, and I know what it had taken with it.
Second question. can someone make a signer?
No.
Like, say they make a replacement 6.
No.
Okay, we're good. Okay, you.
The
And either
power that
something weird is happening, or someone is lying.
The power that I see around you, there is a similar power coming from that one there.
They point over toward Benny.
Oh,
But it is
right,
not the power of a signer. It is similar. But that power is more concentrated through feeling, through emotion rather than spirit. Through a shadow rather than a crimson power. Different, but similar. The actual power of the Crimson Dragon cannot be replicated.
Makes sense.
That's good to know.
And my last question was like, can I kiss you? But I see you have no mouth and there's just snakes, so I don't think that's worth it.
There are several mouths, it looks like.
They're very
You
snake
cannot.
Dang, I don't get to kiss a goddess. Ah, well. I'll get
Well, you don't-
When you
I-
do,
goddess looks at Nadia, winks.
when you do use your power and spread it off to protect the other 4, is there any way for us to track them through that?
I do not know. The other 4, well, there are 2 that are more easily seen. The other 2, Dread Scythe and Iatos, they are less. The 6 that roam the elemental planes and that below, they are showings of the Guardian's power. They keep their essences within them. But Dread Scythe and Iatos, they are more tied to the netherworld and the realms above. They were more heavily tied into the war that happened between them. Most likely you would only ever find them in the higher planes. At least to my knowledge.
So we just need to find 2 of them here.
The
And the
only
other 2 will
ones
be
that I can
safe.
feel that still roam are Elma and Seal. I do not know where they are, but I do find that they are still walking. I have been searching for their power, and I will use this to extend some sort of protection to them.
What's up?
Question: does Kate know what the butterfly dagger looks like?
I don't know what I'm talking about.
I mean, if you want to make the simpler connection of the purple-haired chick seem to stick together.
My only question is like the dagger. She's a different skin tone, so I'm not just gonna assume.
Why'd they make this one black?
What? You can't just ask why someone's black, all right? You can't do that.
I didn't ask why she was. I asked why they made her.
I didn't even fucking notice.
It's so easy being me and knowing things. I say yelling.
Also, I really love how their face. There's actually a different card, a different monster that is there, and there is there's an in reason for that, but there's also an out of character reason for that, and I love it. You guys will never figure it out. That being said,
okay, yay.
This whole time I thought that she was just like a little reference to fucking the huntress girl from Prancer Prom.
have any of you guys seen the butterfly dagger? Has that been a card that any of you have gotten or seen?
We've seen Elna, I'm pretty sure. I have to check.
Then it'd be a decently easy way to put it together. If you say that you are putting it together now, then sure.
Yeah, because I'm sure we picked up Elma before, right?
Yeah, we picked up a card. We just don't know where it is.
Yeah.
I'd say yeah, it's relatively good now that you're piecing it together in character. I'm sure that they could piece it together.
Okay, we'll look over to them.
You might have thought like maybe you were thrown off by the mask for a bit, and then you're like, oh wait.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, purple hair.
I think we know where one of them is.
Then I would make haste to them. I'm sure if they're close to here, that means the others must have seen them as well.
Oh yeah.
Is there anything else?
No.
There is a power that can stop them that's in the higher planes from what we've heard from them. Something connected to Doriado, but not Doriado. Would you have any idea of about that?
Doriado had many apprentices. They also had many artifacts, different things that connected their power over not only elemental energies, but also energies of fusion, ritualism, that kind of thing. If there is something left of Doriado there, I would consider it being something like that.
Riku will...
There is one other thing. Now that I look at all of you, a few of you in particular, I did not see it before. Are some of you students?
Yep.
Students? Yeah, I was students.
Yes.
At least like that one, like us. Not these guys. We're students.
Do you know anything of the sacred beasts?
Nope. Riku will look to Otto.
You mean Uriah, Raphael, Haman?
Among others, yes. Those three.
My family has a deep connection to them.
That is
At least those
that
three.
must be what I'm feeling from you. You are a Yelurnger, aren't you?
That is correct, yes.
Interesting. The academies. If you wish to know more about these shattered worlds, I would start with them. A long time ago, an academy was destroyed. This was before the shattering. I do not know what happened to it after. But each of the academies, they have two things. One, they have a seal. And two, they have a failsafe. The seal is meant to be there for beasts or creatures, monsters that would wreak havoc not only on your world, but more ours. It is the symbiosis that we have with your plane. The failsafe. It could be something entirely different. You must not allow the failsafe to count down. For when the warning reaches 0, you will find more shattering happening in your world. I do not know why I wished to speak to you of that now, but I do feel that it is important to say. Maybe I'm just trying to get whatever little knowledge I have out before I disperse, but...
I was told by Lucifer that there was something up with God, what was it specifically? It was like something was broken while we were at the top of the academy. What was it, Deco? Taliesin would remember it. I'm not saying that in Taliesin, like I'm like trying to remember specifically because he would know it specifically.
I wouldn't know the words that Lucifer would use, so I don't want to say exactly what the actual thing is. But you did feel that something was very off, especially from Lucifer. They would have told you that there is a feeling that they would have gotten at the top of the tower coming from the tower itself, which you know is something that not only is high above the city, because again, all of you are in the air and while you're in the academy, but you know, the whole academy is a big beam that goes all the way down. The only person that you would know that would know more about it would probably be your previous chancellor. The one that apparently went into there and found all the people, and apparently there was a cult or something in there. That's weird that I'm saying that. Anyway.
Very strange.
So weird.
It's weird how there were people inside of there, and
It can't all just be the same 5 guys. Come on.
Well, I will bring up that again, according to what Nadia and other people have told you, that it's not the same 5 guys. All cults used to be one big cult until they got separated.
One guy.
Man, now that we know that there are cults that split off, it's maybe, man, who knows? Maybe they're just cults from different versions of the cult from different worlds.
Who knows, man?
And that's why they fractured, because they're like, wait, this is the same shit.
I do not know why I feel the need to tell you this, but I almost feel as if the countdown has started again.
Well, if you're saying it and you feel like you have to say it, I can only believe that it's because it's important. Well, we'll take it into consideration.
If you do feel that it is getting to its end, then you must do one of 2 things. Stop it, if you feel you can, or flee. Flee to as far as you can in your world, or flee to this world. But you must flee.
It's gonna be another explosion like what happened to the satellite, isn't it?
Explosion is a different term than I would use. Whenever that other academy was lost, it did not explode. It ceased to be.
Well, that sounds worse.
Way worse.
They look to you guys as if waiting for anything else. At which point,
That's all.
they would nod over toward Boa, who is looking very disgruntled.
No, I wanted to laze around all day. I have to work now. Fuck.
I'm gonna make my way into the Shadow Labyrinth. I will prepare for what I am to do. I leave the rest to you. You can choose Venomenok. Be the ruler and the god of our people. Lead them into prosperity along with the Phantasm tribe. Or allow them their autonomy, let them disperse, and leave them to their fates. It is no longer my concern.
Nor is your fate any of mine.
They turn.
Wait.
And they look as if they're about to start going into the temple behind them. They do stop. The snake's on the back of their head looking over in your direction, but they don't seem to turn.
In our world, there's a mural of a bunch of dragon eggs and radiant dragon. So far, we have found people connected to those dragons. And these little hatchlings seem to be doing something with dreamers. Is that anything familiar to you?
Dreamers.
Beyond that, there are paths that seem connected to us that reveal parts of our past from what we've seen.
Oh yeah, not in my case. Mine goes to the Shadow Labyrinth.
Yeah, because you fucked yours up.
That's
From
still
what
a
I
weird
can
thing that
tell.
happened to you, yeah.
From what
It's
I
not
can
fucking
tell,
up. It's an alternative.
this seems unique to your situation. I have
See?
no knowledge of this. But I can tell you one thing. Radiant Dragon. I know that they have fallen as of late. But there was a time that they were of an equal to any god of my stature. Other than that, I do not know.
Thank you.
Goodbye,
I figured.
humans.
Mhm.
And
Goodbye.
thank you for saving my tribe and those who call this place home. As your friend said outside of my temple, you have done far more good here than would have been if you never made your way. As much as she was willing to just say this to make you feel better, it is truly my belief.
I did not just say it to make you feel better.
Thank you.
Not you.
It's okay. It's okay.
I don't have to make you feel better.
No.
Baka.
You can make me feel better.
Phenomanaga leaves. As they make their way into the labyrinth behind, all of you watching not only get the feeling of seeing them leave, but similarly to what you, Riku, and you, Otto, would have seen with Gahan when you first met them, you note that when they leave throughout the darkness behind them, they don't just take a couple steps out and away. You no longer can feel any presence of anything as they pass that section. They are far, far gone.
Looks like they're gone.
Oh. That's a lot of little things just got dropped there, eh?
I'm very happy that Radiant Dragon is a god.
You don't get, you're right. We should look at the bright side, even though apparently it lost something. But you know, it's good to know, I guess.
It's fine. We can just find what it lost, right? Right?
God, don't be so sure about that.
Look, at this point, we're just like doing things. Apparently, we have a countdown till the end of the world. I feel like blaming someone named Tess.
It's a very specific thing to blame.
What the
If I
fuck?
had to, if I had to assume, it must have been Patch did something and made the countdown happen. That's all I can think of.
Maybe.
Who's to say? Well, should we head back then?
I think it's time for us to move our way toward the Beast Gear world, yes. At this point, there's a lot we need to tell. Well, there's a lot we should let them know.
No complaints from me?
Yeah, we're gonna go there anyway.
Slither.
Congrats on your new job.
Fuck
I
you,
don't
Gregor.
think you liked it.
Congratulations.
Everything was so much more simple before you all showed up. But
Yeah,
I
but also what's
suppose you
interesting-
also allowed for people to not be all dead and stuff here, so that's good too.
Yep, and now you're in charge. That's much more interesting. You don't have to be bothered by kappas all the time.
He looks over toward the kappa that is right over here.
Well, you're in charge.
Or you can make it.
Go now.
Yeah.
You can literally make them go. You're in charge. Also, if you just want to delegate, you could just make the phantasms take over most
I
of it.
will stay
Or like that,
here.
the army of snakes that were in a hole.
I will stay here for as long as I can stand. And once I cannot stand anymore, they will stand on their own.
Well, you don't
Yes,
really
you-
stand. You're more
You
like
don't-
a.
you don't really stand. You kind of coil.
I wonder how human tastes.
You're actually. Yeah, that's.
You won't eat us. Come on.
Squeaky, thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I'm threatening my players by snakevore.
I think we have overstayed our welcome. We should move. We should.
It's fine. It's fine. He misses.
Let's head off.
He'll miss us.
I don't want to be eaten. All right, I saw that happen. I don't want to know what happens if he actually means it.
As you guys would start to be on your way, there are a couple things I want to talk about before we leave. A couple of decisions I need you guys to make. But
Okay.
as you guys are now leaving the Phantasm place. First off, I'm sure that a couple of these people will be making their way with you. One of those in particular probably being Lotus, as they will most likely be going back and forth between this place, as they will have been doing. We are also going to be obviously grabbing your new bikes and your spirits that had came along with you in those interims as well. So the Foxfire, the Flame Tiger, your wood bike, your street flame bike, or your steel flame bike. I don't know what I said, street flame there. You guys.
You miss him, I get it.
I miss him. I miss him so much.
Richard the Black Forest.
Yeah, but that's in your card, which I haven't given you yet, but I'll give you. Looking about, other beings that would go along with you. Most likely would be. I actually don't think there's anybody who would actually be going with you. We can't leave Argo.
Our beautiful boy Argo, where are you?
We can't leave our beautiful baby boy.
Oh, baby boy.
That is all I can think of. Is there anybody out there that should be or is going to be heading out with you guys?
We didn't leave anyone back at the base, right? Everyone there's like.
I don't think so.
The mermaid lady wanted to come here.
She wanted to come back here, and she's perfectly fine being back here. And she's definitely like, my people are saved, hooray, smooches for all. But you know, you guys don't have any you guys don't have any life point loss. So even though if they did give you smooches, you wouldn't get your life points back because you're at 8,000. Yeah. That being said, she most likely would have definitely smooched all of you to give you your life points back.
Oh yeah, you want to come with us? Maybe her.
Which one?
DD Lamia, formerly known as that.
As you would call out to DD Lamia, DD Lamia would definitely walk out with you. Who knows if they're going to be going back to your world with you? But they would definitely keep following you guys around. They're interested enough.
You know,
they're interested enough in you guys.
Yeah. Hey, we could use a spy to keep an eye out on our chancellor. You know.
As
she won't do shit if there's a snake woman staring at him from his roof.
As for any of the other spirits, I don't see any of them immediately having any humongous reason to come to you. I will say, as you guys would be gathering yourselves together back at the place, you guys would get approached by Panther Warrior. Panther Warrior would be around to let you guys know, to ask you about the girl that he had helped that was missing them, and just basically asking about their health, asking about if they got out of things correctly, and you can then tell them that Panther Warrior is okay as well in the interim. So that is good for that. Obviously leaving this place, Judge Man will be leaving but not coming with you. Adira and Lonely Elf will be going. Adira will probably say some things to Gregor before they go on their trip to the Red Desert. Most likely at this point, Endriel would maybe decide to stay here to help protect the Phantasm tribe now, since, you know, bad things are about to happen, and also he's in a will they won't they relationship with the water magician.
Will they, won't they? I fan myself.
I'm just gonna say it. It's gonna be a water magician that's going to fucking instigate it.
Endriel's just like I'm no longer needed to protect the areas outside of here, but you know, maybe I can stay around the Phantasm tribe and help my ladies.
Endriel.
Go get him, Tiger.
Goodbye.
Show you woo your woman.
Another person that would disappear from here but not leave with you guys is probably the Mushroom Man.
Thank you, Mushroom Man.
You would see it out of the corner of your eye before it looked back, and they are gone, going under the earth, returning to the Black Forest.
I salute it before it leaves.
Another person leaving is definitely this guy. As you are gathering everybody up, you just see a guy just walk in, like, give you a wave as he leaves.
Who are you?
Tell your friends. What's up?
Can we retcon that house and got the coin that he put down on the ground?
What coin?
He put down a coin on the ground when he left the first time.
Which coin?
Or he put something on the ground when he said, "Tell your friends."
Oh no, yeah, he put a coin down.
Yeah, that.
Oh, you don't want him to have the coin?
Well, he put it on the ground and left. I assumed he was giving it to people.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, then.
Why do you want that retconned?
That I grabbed it?
Oh, sure. Go ahead. I don't care.
Yeah, that's all I mean.
Here's your
Coin now.
Flying out from this place most likely would be the Netherworld birds. They will be heading back to the Black Forest. And anybody who feels the Black Forest is their home would definitely be going. But yeah, nobody really jumping out at me as peeps to immediately go back. As you guys would gather your forces, would gather your bikes back up from the center area, you would find floating around the bikes what appears to be a bunch of different kappas, just seemingly looking at them like they were interested. But you were able to get the Red Rye Lux, as well as, you know, Otto's Shadow Bike and all of the other bikes that were off in that section. You were able to get them out from the swamp and on to the area to leave at this point. Leaving behind the area behind you, going forward, is there anywhere you'd like to stop off first before leaving the Great Ocean? I'm guessing there's one place you will stop off at, but I don't know. I'm not going to put words in your mouth.
We know we wanted to figure out stuff about wherever the fuck Suzanne went, so there was a combo that we were having about going back to the elf area.
Yeah, the elf area we're definitely going back to. Just so we can find what Suzanne is.
And also, you know,
that's her name.
the other woman is here. The
Yeah.
She's also there, so it works for us.
Yeah. Don't worry, I have a particular set of skills when it comes to women.
That you have one set of skills when it comes to women.
Especially the shy ones.
You have one set of skills when it comes to women.
Is the steel flame bike? That's the one that Kate has, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the wood bike.
Yeah, my wood bike is this one.
Yeah. We'll get things for those one day, maybe.
Yeah, well, I'll get to it.
Just paint them brown. I don't care.
No, they'll have proper designs.
But yes,
I mean, it's the same bike as yours, but wood.
Making me work overtime.
You guys would all get together to go. You guys want to return to the elf area then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that will be what we end up going to next time.
Yeah.
As everybody gears themselves up to leave the Great Ocean, you guys find behind you what appear to be the entirety of the Phantasm and Venom tribes, as they would be waving you guys off from their positions back at their places. You guys would find that all of the dual spirits that have been around here do seem to have a much, at least from what they seem to have, a much better coexistence at the very least. maybe now that the kappas aren't fucking crazy, things can get a little bit better for the people
Finally,
here.
the world is normal.
You find that as the kappas and the Amazonesses and the snakes are all off and about, they seem to watch as you go to leave. Eventually, you do find that Venomenok would rise over the trees, watching you all as you go, and you guys have settled the fight here. You guys now know where there are two entrances, from what you can tell, to the Shadow Labyrinth, one being in the Netherworld around where Lord Jinzo was, the other one being over here by the temple if you ever decide to go, as well as the third one, of course, being the one you guys have maybe potentially in your base. That being said, you haven't actually seen that, who knows. But as everybody would be calling out for you guys to have a wonderful time and to come back if you ever need anything or need them, having their new defenders and their new people set out to make their ways back home, I think that we'll be ending things there. I hope everybody had a wonderful time. I know we got a lot of deep lore today.
A lot of shit happened today.
A lot of
Nothing
real
happened
deep
today.
lore.
A lot of shit happened today.
But now that we have obtained all of our deep lore, we will be making our way back to the elves' place to maybe talk to the people there and see what we can see. Until the next time, which is hopefully next week, but who knows? We'll see. Like always, I'm putting Sono over here. There we go. Later days.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.